Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Mills. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Meyer is absent. Mayor Lowenthal.
Here.
All members are present with the exception of Mayor Pro Tem.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to any individual council member. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no registered public comments.
With that being said, council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. Look forward to a report of closed session afterwards. work study session to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. And I would like to remind the council to have their microphones on and positioned so that the audience can hear. Look at all those people. May we have a report from staff on the first item, 6A?
So Mayor, thank you. Just a brief introduction. This is a long time coming. It's been worked on for quite a number of time. The council did commit to having this item discussed and taken up once the entire council was seated, including the recent certification of Councilmember Mails's position. So now, as a result of the entire council being sworn in, we do have this before the council. I would like to first start off by thanking City Attorney Graham for his work, as well as the ad hoc that was involved in bringing this together. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and transfer it over to Stephen to provide the background on this item.
Sure, and I've got quite a lengthy presentation here that basically summarizes the provisions of the proposed protocols. But before I dive into it, I wanted to see if the members of the committee had anything that they wanted to say before I began. Although I did put in a significant amount of work on these protocols, they were given to me in draft form when I was appointed. They had already had a significant amount of work done before that. The committee, to my knowledge, has met at least 10 times, probably significantly more than that. And at each meeting has taken it upon themselves to read all 40 or so pages of this to see if it still makes sense. So it's been quite the work. I appreciate working with the committee and the city manager. And if any of the members of the committee want to talk before I got into it, feel free.
Okay, I'd just like to make a couple comments that I believe Russ was the mayor when you formed this ad hoc.
So.
And council has always had protocols. My light is on. Yes, council has always had protocols. They were, shall we say, slightly outdated because I think they were updated last sometime in the 90s. And going through, there were things that were still applicable, some that were not applicable, and a whole bunch of other things that could and should be added to it. And Chris is right. We were ready to present this in 2021. And then it was like, we need a full council. This applies to all 5 of us. And we really need 5 people's buy-in to push this forward. So we were going to have it at last council meeting, and with Mayor Pro Tem Carly not there, we decided that we would put it off until you could be here so we could have conversation with all of us and have a good discussion on the protocols. And I want to thank Stephen for jumping in midterm and giving us some real good advice. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and I certainly concur with Linda's comments on that. And what we have endeavored to present to the full council for consideration is what we believe is best practices. And we know that there's a lot that remains from previous protocols that have been adopted by previous councils. But we also know that things change, laws change, case law changes things. And so it's important that we remain as contemporary as possible in whatever. And these are basically intended to be things to guide not only this council's conduct during deliberations and actions that we take here at the dais, but future councils, because there's always going to be some evolution and change in the makeup of the council. And so we hope to provide kind of a platform that any newly elected council members could refer to help guide them along the way in how council meetings are conducted and the protocols that we adhere to.
And I would encourage maybe staff and our city attorney to keep us accountable on keeping these up to date so that we don't end up in, a typed version that nobody has a copy of and it's, so archaic. So hopefully we can stay up to date on these. As we need to add things, we need to feel free to do it. Yeah, this is great.
And I certainly echo Linda's thanks to Stephen for jumping in something that was already underway, but he hit the ground running and came in with a lot of very good recommendations. So appreciate the work. It's gone through a lot of iterations. I've lost track of which version, and I've tried to be diligent and purge out the previous versions and keep only the most current. So thank you, Steve.
Well, I certainly appreciate all of that. As you said, the purpose of the city council protocols, I think, is to take a lot of information that may be available in other locations, about ethics, about procedure, about the organization of boards and commissions of the city, and really bring them into one easily accessible location. And so, as the mayor pro tem noted, it will be important to continue to update this as time goes on, as changes are made at the state law to ethics laws, as changes are made at the city to the organization of our boards and commissions and things like that. So that will be important for us to do. I think it's a living document that's important for us to recognize. But as Councilmember Brown mentioned, the purpose of this document is not just for the city council. It is for anyone who interacts with the city council. Not everybody knows all of the rules and regulations that this council is subject to at the state level and at the local level. And by having that information in an accessible document that members of the public can get their heads around, can read, it gives them an opportunity to understand how this body conducts its business, and may allow the public to interact with you in a more effective way. So I think a lot of times people don't really understand how a city council necessarily works, or what responsibilities and limitations on that power are. So without further ado, we can dive right in. One of the things that we've been really trying to do is every big task that is tackled by staff is really relating it back to the strategic plan. The city manager has really made sure that is ingrained in everything we do. I try to follow that as well, because these are things that this city council has said are important to you. So, why are the protocols important? Because it helps have open, honest, and representative democracy. It helps have honor and integrity, respect, trust, and confidence of your citizens. And it ensures that, as you have said, your primary responsibility is to those who live, work, and come into contact with the city. I put the preamble up here. I promise I'm not going to read it to you verbatim, but essentially that's what the purpose of these protocols are. We want to have fair, open, ethical, efficient, and accountable government. And by having rules that follow those goals, and rules that are written down so everyone can read them, find them, and understand them, we're able to achieve that sort of high functioning and organizational effectiveness, which has been very important to this council over the last year. We're going to keep writing things down and streamlining these policies. And then when we're done, we're going to turn around and keep going, because as you all mentioned, we got to keep them up to date. An outline for the protocols. Section 1 is definitions. Section 2 is some aspirational language about, setting a higher standard. This is not just the minimum standards under state law. There are some items in here that set a higher ethical standard. Section 3 is about openness. Section 4 is about fairness. Section 5 is about agenda preparation. I've gotten several questions about how do things get on the agenda? Who's in charge of doing what? Well, let's write it down so everybody knows and has equal access to that information. Section 6 is about council committees. 7 is about appointments. That's primarily appointments to other committees of the city. Number 8 is council member administrative support. Number 9 is use of city resources. 10 is use of the council chambers. A note here, I use the phrase council chambers because that is the phrase that is used by the city of Hemet. But there is a long-running debate in city circles in California about whether it should be city council chamber or chambers. It's a single room, so maybe it's a chamber. That's up to you. I can make the change if you'd like. Community relations and policies, ethical decision-making, efficiency, interaction of members, enforcement, and what happens if these protocols are not observed. Again, like I said, section 2 has those aspirational language and makes it clear that this is not intended to supersede the rules that exist in other places, but rather to establish a higher standard. So we're not just restating them, we're not just following them, but we are going to talk about what does it mean to run the government here in Hemet and how we're going to reach for that high standard. Section 3 is essentially a discussion about our meetings. So we're talking about, we have to follow the Brown Act on our public meetings. There's a lot of discussion about serial meetings, and everyone will remember from your AB 1234 training what a serial meeting is. That's where a majority of the council, either in a series of communications or through intermediaries, hear or discuss an item under your jurisdiction. And we also talk about closed session discussions and how they have to be confidential. Yes, sir.
Question on serial meetings. Say, for instance, an owner owns a building, but the tenant wants work done and submits paperwork to get work done. So am I able to still speak with the owner of the building on if the tenant had submitted paperwork to have some building modifications done?
That's a good question. So that would not necessarily implicate the serial meetings unless the owner or the tenant had was speaking to you about what other council members had said about that subject. But we are going to get into communications regarding development projects in not too long. And there will be some restrictions that are proposed that would perhaps restrict your ability to have that conversation. And so when we get there, I'll point that out to you so we can talk about your example there. Section 4 deals with fairness. And so here we are. Wow, that was fast. So this addresses Councilmember Mails's concern. One of the things that when we're talking about a higher standard that is proposed in these protocols is a restriction on the ability of council members to meet with individuals who are pursuing development entitlements that come before the city council. So there's a definition of development project that's contained within the protocols, but the short version is, I would say, something that a permit that you're applying for or a zone change that you're applying for that is going to find its way before the city council. Okay. So somebody wants, so I think we're going to have some specific plan amendments that are coming forward in the not too distant future. Once they have applied for that development project, those entitlements before the city council, under the protocols, council members are prohibited from meeting with those individuals except in the presence of the city manager or designee or at a noticed public meeting about that topic. This is primarily aimed at eliminating what are called ex-parte communications. So this is where one person on the council has an interaction or access to information that may influence their decision that the other council members don't have access to. That type of conversation isn't prohibited by law, okay? It is the kind of thing that could raise questions of bias and could raise questions of whether the council is all acting with the same information. That's the purpose of the rule that's stated here. But to answer Councilmember Mails's question, if an applicant for a development permit had made their application to the city, and let's say that the application was taking too long, as every developer I've met believes that their applications are taking too long, and they wanted to call you and talk to you about it, you would be restricted from having that conversation except in the presence of the city manager or his designee, presumably the community development director, so that that information could then be part of the record and shared with the rest of the council when it came forward.
So my question on that is, right now we rely on communication through the chain mail of whatever. How would we even know that? if somebody called us and wanted to talk to us, how would we know?
That's a good question. You know,
Because,
it's not something that council members, you don't know every application that's
and
pending.
I
before the
wouldn't
city.
expect staff to tell us that. That's ridiculous, but
That would be fascinating if you got a report on every single application that came for you, then you had to cross-reference it
right.
to every.
You know what I mean?
So I believe that, you know,
Oh, good. Oh, yeah.
so I think, again, you know, the protocol, these were an attempt to get those values in front of the council, and to have that conversation. There's a lot of ways to deal with this issue. You can prohibit those conversations in their entirety as soon as you know that, oh, you have a development, well, then I can't talk to you. You could do that. A very common alternative to that is simply when you have the decision before the city council, the council member would simply need to disclose, just so everybody knows, I had a meeting with this person 2 weeks ago about the project. And, you know, we talked about this. I made the mistake following our conversation about the net metering 3.0 to sign up for all notifications as to that rule. And I get 10 ex parte notifications a day from the CPUC informing me of every power company and solar installer that has tried to talk to the CPUC about that rule. It's clogging my inbox. And so that's another way of dealing with that particular issue. But the question you just have to ask yourself is, you know, how does the council think it's important to make sure that everyone is operating with the same information? Obviously, you want to be responsive to people who are investing in the community, right? You know, but what's the best way to balance that need to do your job versus making sure that decisions are unbiased and transparent?
And even another dimension of that would be not necessarily a pending development, but somebody has already made a business decision to open a business and they feel like there's an undue delay in getting their business permit issued. And so a potential business person or an existing business person that's moving into the city from outside our jurisdiction may have an acquaintance with a council member and say, hey, I applied for my business license and I'm ready to go. I've got inventory coming and I thought I'd have my business license by now. So, you know, that's another element. It's not necessarily a development, but somebody reaches out to a council member because they may know them from a different time in life before they're even a council member. So there's a number of ways that you could inadvertently trip over something. So I think we need to look at all of those types of scenarios and just see what's the best way, because I think we know what we want. It's just a matter of how do we articulate it and codify it.
And I think that's an excellent point, council member. You know, as we were doing the committee meetings, you know, one of the things that you know, I would go back to the committee with is, you know, tell me what your objective is. What is it you want to do? And then, you know, let me try to wordsmith it a bit. Let me try to write it down and see if I can get you there. And I think that this one, and I think there's going to be others as we go through this, you know, you can see the words that were used, you can see the intent behind it, and then you can have that policy discussion. Is that the policy of the council? Are these, you know, or would, you know, we'd like to see a different policy, or would we like to see different words used? And then we can make those changes. Amending these protocols is something I've become very familiar with over the last year. I don't mind, but I want to make sure that, you know, you are comfortable with all these things, because like I said, we get to the last chapter and we'll talk about what happens when you don't follow them. So
Yeah, and on this one too, it's the thing where you look at each one of them and you come up with the language that, okay, yep, that's exactly right. And then you go away from it for a while and then you come back and then you put it in perspective of the real world. It's like, oh, that doesn't compute.
or something happens.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, that wouldn't have worked very well with the rule we've got. And so, you know, keeping it as a living document even as we go forward, like we have to be willing to come back and change things if they don't work the way we want. But this is the language and this is what we have now. So maybe when we can either stop and you guys can talk about it, or we can keep going and we can have a full discussion at the end, Mayor, completely up to you. If nothing else, I'll just keep going. Keep going. So like I said, we did have language in here about disclosing those meetings. And so this is, again, just a very common kind of thing. If we want to make sure that the full council is the one who makes a decision, right? And we generally want to make sure that the whole council has the information. So if somebody went and visited a site, this has come up in numerous meetings where council members have said, you know, I went out there and I visited the site and I can tell you that that thing needs an extra lane. Or I can tell you I went out there and I visited the site and it's not being cleaned up enough and we need to make sure that they get anti-graffiti coating on it. And so just having that information out there so everyone can do it is the idea of that. Yes, sir.
And I guess, should let you all know that I went out to a site last Saturday on the potential hotel build out because of a telephone that's on the middle of their property or close to the middle of the property. And I wanted to see for myself and spoke with the potential or the owners, I guess, of the site. So, but I do things because I feel for people and I want a resolution for certain things. And I want to make sure everyone comes into the city, has somebody to talk to. But if that's wrong, then I probably made a mistake.
And that's a good point. There's nothing wrong with doing that. You know, just so you know, on every code case that gets referred to me, on every significant, I go and I drive and I look at it myself too, because I need to see it, right? I need to understand like the traffic pattern. I need to see the neighbors. You know, you'd be surprised what you can learn by going somewhere and looking at it, not just Google mapping it, right? Being out in your city. There's nothing wrong with that at all. What this one simply is saying is if you do go and look at it and it's part of your opinion that when that project comes before the city council, you let your colleagues know. Just so everybody knows, I went and I looked at the telephone pole that's in the middle of the property.
I looked at the telephone pole.
Right. But I've seen other council members, you know, say that, you know, I've gone out and looked at it and I know that this council is very active in its community. And so that's expected and it's not a bad thing at all. It's just making sure that everybody knows that you have that extra information, that you have that information.
Malcolm, I went and looked at the telephone pole.
And we'll note that in the minutes. And then the last one, I mean, this one's kind of a straightforward one, but it's just, we want to make sure that the meetings are fair. So we're going to ensure decorum during deliberations. We've had, I think we have a very good atmosphere here at the city council, but every now and then, you know, people may get very passionate about a particular issue. And the only way that we can ensure that we're having a fair hearing is making sure that decorum is followed. People aren't yelling, talking over each other, clapping, shouting down people who are talking. Everyone gets a fair shake to speak their mind in a way that ensures fair deliberations. One of the things that I recommended in my initial look at this was a look at the parliamentary procedure that is followed by the council. A lot of city councils and other bodies purport to follow Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order is incredibly dense. It's meant for large legislative bodies, not necessarily for quasi-legislative, quasi-judicial, quasi-executive bodies like the city council. So the League of California Cities actually put together Rosenberg's Rules of Order. It's attached to the backup. In the experience of having organizational effectiveness and making these things accessible, it's like 5 pages long. And that's the Rules of Order. And the truth is, you are already doing it. The way the council operates essentially follows Rosenberg's rules. You would simply be confirming that. And then you would have a very straightforward document to go to that any member of the public, any member of the council, anyone can read and quickly understand how to proceed in any given moment. You don't necessarily need a legal opinion on every parliamentary motion. The other thing that I recommended to the committee was specific rules on quasi-judicial hearings. And I put in parentheses, which include most development project hearings. I added rules regarding quasi-judicial hearings. And that's a phrase that doesn't get thrown out a lot. Oftentimes what you'll see on your agenda is public hearings. Quasi-judicial hearings are a subset of public hearings. There are some public hearings that aren't this in nature, but the short explanation for what a quasi-judicial hearing is this is a hearing where you are applying the rules to a specific person, right? So when you're writing an ordinance, you're applying the rules to everybody. You are creating the rules. But when you're deciding to issue a conditional use permit to a specific applicant, the rules are already set. You're applying those rules to a person. And so that's where you get the phrase quasi-judicial. And in that case, we want to make sure that we are engaging in due process, that we are being fair. We don't have bias. I'm not looking at the mayor when I said that, but it includes what the definition of bias is, so that when we talk about that, like, we understand what that means, and how that can negatively impact the legality of the proceedings before the council. And so again, taking those rules that maybe just are kind of understood and putting them down in 2 pages so that they can be easily referenced. Section 5, this is essentially a recitation of existing process. So I don't expect there to be too much here that's unusual, but it's who gets to put things on the city council agenda. So the city council as a whole may place things on the agenda. You do that at the end of your meeting. The mayor, under state law, under the Brown Act, has the ability to place things on the agenda. And so we're going to confirm that in our protocols. The city manager, under the city's municipal code, may place things on the agenda, and in fact is the entity or the person responsible for most things that get placed on the agenda. And then council subcommittees. So when the council gives an item to a committee like CDBG or this city protocols itself or any other item, that subcommittee is presumed to be able to put that item back on the agenda for a report back, much as the committee did here. The one thing that occasionally I know comes up, and sometimes council members have a little bit of difficulty with it, is an individual member can't place items on the agenda. So if you're not the mayor, then you're going to need either ask the mayor to place something on the agenda, ask the city manager to place something on the agenda, or bring it up at the end of the meeting and have the council as a whole vote to add it. And the intent of this is primarily to make, agendas preparation takes a significant amount of resources. And essentially, it's to make sure that if we're going to have a discussion about an item, that there's enough resources to go in to get that fully prepared. But frankly, if you can't get 2 other council members to even agree to place something on an agenda, then it's probably not going to be a very fruitful discussion, in the first place.
Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate that even though it says individuals may not place items on the agenda, you can certainly bring them up when you get to the future council agenda items, and you can bring it up to your colleagues on the council and, run it up the flagpole and see if it gets saluted.
And my experience with this council is you've generally had a very collegial relationship. I think if someone felt something was important enough that you wanted it discussed, my expectation is your colleagues would hear you out. But it's a little bit of a pressure valve. I've seen agencies that let any person put something on the agenda and it gets out of control pretty fast. You only need one loose cannon to fill up your agenda. I didn't look at anyone in particular. Council committees. So the city council establishes council committees, and the mayor appoints the members to that committee. So this is sort of our separation of powers. The mayor can't appoint somebody to a committee that doesn't exist under these protocols, and the city council doesn't get to decide who's on it. So the council decides that a committee is necessary, and then the mayor appoints members to that committee. We have the language in here that they have to file a report on their progress each month. That can be oral and is already your procedure now. And when you're done, transmit your recommendations to the council. Again, that's current practice. That's what we're doing right now. And then lastly, the city manager may assign staff to support committees as resources allow.
Why are we using the term may? Wouldn't we always allow that to happen?
But
Or
the reason may is in there is because that was the language that was discussed by the committee the city manager does have to manage resources, but if the council wanted it to say shall, that's certainly your prerogative. It may, since this impacts the city manager's role, maybe you want to, I don't want to speak.
Yeah, I think collectively, the council's done a really good job in, convening these committees. But in the instance where, let's say, a council subcommittee is established with a short notice of a turnaround time for a meeting, that's where it creates some operational issues. I can see that the council has done a really good job in keeping our office informed of those meetings. And I think in every one of those instances, we've been able to accommodate the request for staff. But that's, I think, why the committee requested to put May, because in the event that there is a meeting that's requested within, a few hours lead time, it does create operational issues sometimes. So I think that's the reasoning, I would imagine, from the committee.
And if I might too, we spent a fair amount of diligence going throughout the document, looking at the distinction between the word shall and may. And the word shall appears in some places and may appears in some places. And so obviously we know shall is not discretionary and may is discretionary. So there's, in this particular case, in addition to what city manager just stated, that we may not necessarily need staff. So it's not something mandated that if we get a council subcommittee established, it's not an automatic that it's going to consume some staff time. So it's still discretionary on both our side as committee members and as the city manager.
If I could add, this ad hoc committee was a poster child for that type of thing, because there were meetings where it was really necessary to have a staff person there. And then other times Russ and I met and we went through and highlighted and changed and asked questions and what we had. And then we went to the city attorney and got those answered. And then it was like, okay, now we need staff in here for, to get this done. So a may, I think, is more operable and more appropriate to, sometimes you need staff, sometimes you really don't.
You asked for staff and he told you no, because that never happens. So what if it does?
Then you make adjustments in the time schedule of the meeting. You work around it to the best appropriate time that works for everybody.
And we try our best to accommodate. I know we had a committee this morning, and we had a committee meeting this morning, and we had staff there. So we try and do our best to make sure that the relevant staff is there to support any questions that do come up.
What if that city manager decides he doesn't like someone on the council and he says, I'm not going to do anything for him? I mean,
Well, well,
it could happen.
and so, it's an interesting point though, which is when we were looking at the language of these rules, it's not just for this council. It's not just for this staff, right? It's for future councils so that they have an understanding of how things can operate. Obviously they have the ability to change these if they so desire. But that's a good point. Is that something that would happen now? Probably not. Is it conceivable in some scenario? Yeah. But if you were to come to me and say, Mr. City Attorney, the city manager hates me and is not providing resources, that I need to do my job, I can tell you that we would talk about other ways for you to address that with the city manager through other existing protocols, rather than the city council protocols. This would probably not be the first place we would go. Frankly, you want to just bring that up to the city manager himself and let him know you feel that way.
I love you, Chris.
But if you guys want to have a team building exercise, we can talk.
I have a few comments on the agenda preparation page. I know we have our 10 o'clock thing that we try, and staff is always good at really trying to make sure that we consolidate our items. And so I know it's hard for you guys sometimes because I feel like we really get a lot on our plate, and we've ruled this last year on a lot of things. So making sure that we try to stay within the 10 o'clock thing, because, you know what I'm saying? Pushing things to 10 o'clock just creates, I mean, what good things are done at night, decided at night? You know what I'm saying? So I think you guys are mindful of that. And so without having to say it in here, I think that I wanted to just note that. So, yeah. We get, sometimes you get rolling on a lot of things, and it's important, I think, for us to make sure we stay timely so that we can process these
Yeah,
things.
point well noted. Some of the things that we're working on our side are trying to get agendas out sooner so that the council has additional time to review that, and the desire to try and give more time to the council and maybe have some of those questions asked beforehand. And so we're working on a number of things on our side to help alleviate
I wasn't going to
that.
go that far, but that's awesome.
We're working on some things behind the scenes.
Okay. So section 7 is related to appointments. So 7.1 relates to appointments by the mayor of council members to other public agencies. So we just went through this as a council, and this essentially is a recitation of the existing procedure. The mayor makes those appointments. The mayor doesn't have to make those appointments at a city council meeting, but generally does, because that allows the only opportunity to actually have a discussion of the full council about who wants to do what. It's hard to have that conversation without doing the serial meeting issue that we talked about before. It doesn't mean that you can't have your preferences stated so that the mayor can keep that in mind, but it does mean that full discussion and those appointments are easiest done at a public meeting. 7.2, appointments by the council to city commissions. So this section, go back. This section related to appointment to city commissions does go through a process for most boards and commissions. And if we get positive feedback on this section, I wanted to let you know that you should anticipate an ordinance coming forward that also codifies this procedure for all of your boards and commissions. We have a lot of boards and commissions, and they are everywhere in the municipal code. And some of their appointment requirements are under state law. So disability access, for example, we have certain requirements to do that. We can't do that just by district. But others, like, infrastructure, planning, some of our big ones, we can have a sort of unified process for those appointments that allows each district member, each council member to make sure that they have an opportunity to get a voice on those commissions. And one of the critical things that I wanted to bring up here was that doesn't mean that the person has to come from your district. It's mostly just to make sure that you have an opportunity to have someone who represents or who you feel would represent well your thoughts and desires in your district on the planning commission, on the infrastructure commission. And I think that's in keeping with the sort of district-based elections that the council's gone to. Section 7.3 has its quite lengthy language. So we have the Measure U Citizen Oversight Committee that is established pursuant to a ballot initiative from the voters. We can't change what that ordinance says. Okay, it says how many people have to be on the committee and what their residency has to be, but it is silent on how those people get appointed. And so in theory, the city council could just, a majority can just say, here are the people we're appointing and we're done, right? We went through an interesting process this year where we had the interviews, we had rankings, and we had a list of nominations that resulted from those rankings, and then we had appointments. This attempts to codify that procedure in a way that still allows for the interviews, still allows for the rankings, but in keeping with the idea that we had where each district should at least get someone with their voice on these boards, whoever the highest ranked person for each individual council member is, that person is deemed nominated to the committee. Now, it doesn't mean that they're appointed. The council as a whole still has to do the appointing. But it does mean that, in theory, all of you should at least have one person who you think is the best qualified to be on that committee. nominated to that committee. The other two persons, because it is a 7-person board, the other two would simply be who was highest ranked but wasn't otherwise nominated. So your first choice, your first choice, your first choice, your first choice, your first choice. And then 6 and 7 would be the two people who got the highest overall ranking but weren't otherwise nominated. And that was seen as an opportunity to codify what you did and also perhaps make sure that everyone felt that they at least had a voice on the resulting appointments. Like I said, doesn't mean that everyone's first choice actually gets on the committee. We do have to keep the residency requirements in place. And so if we go through that process and there aren't enough City of Hemet residents on the committee, we would then go to second choices until we get there. And then it also talks briefly about what happens if there is a vacancy on it. Any
So-
questions with that?
This basically, because last time we voted probably almost all new people in, so this will this will favor people, because if I have someone I want on there, he's gonna get, or she's gonna get picked no matter what, because my highest one is gonna,
If you say that person is my number one, they will be nominated to be on it. And then the council does have to vote to approve it, right? So let's just say we get a real gunslinger up here on the council and their favorite person is someone who is just clearly unqualified to be on this committee, right? They don't have a background that's helpful. They're controversial or a distraction, and they're really going to muck the works up. The council doesn't have to approve that nomination. They don't have to approve any nomination that the council members individually make to any board and commission.
nominated.
They get nominated.
And then the process is to vote again. or-
Right. So individually, council members rank the people who have been interviewed, and based on your individual rankings, a list of 7 nominees is created. And then the council gets to vote on whether to approve those or not. And you can say, we're going to approve these 6 and we're not going to approve that one. It is a majority vote. Yes. So again, if there was somebody who was nominated that the majority of the council felt was clearly unqualified, then that would be how it goes.
And like earlier, you talked about how we get to these decisions and what is our goal at the end of the day. And I would like to speak on this specific on Measure U. And clearly this is in our packet because Eric Gosh has heartburn that he's not back on the Measure U committee. And I feel bad for him, but he made choices. And when you make political choices and come at people with $15,000 and slam their name, there are consequences in life. And maybe he doesn't realize that yet, but unfortunately, that's what happened in this case. And I feel like we were able to, and not that everybody feels the same up here, but we were able to vote accordingly. And that's just part of life.
So without speaking to any specific individual, I mean, obviously I understand you have specific feelings about that and I understand why. The process is for making the nominations, right? So previously the interviews were done, the rankings were done, and simply the top 7 in terms of scores were deemed nominated. So the change between the process that occurred earlier last year and this year is that the nominations, everyone gets to nominate one person. Like I said, that doesn't mean that you get to be on the committee. So if there is someone who is nominated and a majority of the council felt that that person is inappropriate, the council could decline to appoint that person.
And I was looking at the way that you guys have this presented and comparing it to other cities, maybe from your experience, having like our planning commission, how each one in our library board has one person. Is that common in other cities for these type
It's
of
very
things?
common. So once you move towards district-based council members, right? The general theory is that, okay, so you 5 are here to represent the city. Even though you are elected by a district, you also want to represent the city as a whole. But it's designed to ensure that every part of the city has that opportunity for representation. And the idea is to also reflect that onto the city's boards and commissions. And so, you know, if you could in theory do it the other way, where every seat on every commission is appointed by the majority. And you know, if you have 5 people who all feel the same way, then that's
Right,
that's not a big deal at all. But if you were to have a 3-2 kind of council, essentially what you'd have is 2 council members who don't have somebody that's sort of reflecting their values on those planning commissions, on the infrastructure commission, on the Measure U commission. And you know, while perhaps not legally required, that is the policy objective of doing things this way.
I think it's a good, I mean, it's a new concept for us, obviously for Measure U, right? But it would be a good way to make everything, I'd like to have consistency. I don't think we have enough consistency in some of the things we do. So, and as far as like the third or the 2 man out, right? So we have 2 extra. How would that, you think that would be smooth enough?
You know, math is not my strong suit. That's why I became an attorney. The only math I know is how to bill my clients. But I do think it would be no more difficult than the math the city clerk was forced to do this year, earlier this year. So I would think it's doable.
I see this as a workaround from what happened last time, where we voted certain people out. This is just a workaround to make sure that doesn't happen again.
I think that I mean, I don't live in a bubble where I don't see cause and effect, right? I do think that the process that the city council went through last time, again, was designed only to make nominations, right? That's all we're talking about. Who is nominated to be on the committee? The council majority, whether that's 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, right, gets to appoint people to the committee. And so I think that what all this is saying is that every council member gets an opportunity to at least nominate somebody. And if the council majority says, you know what, we're not going to appoint that person because they're not qualified or for whatever reason that, you know, in the wisdom of the majority, they feel that that's just not appropriate, they still retain that ability. That's entirely up to the council. We've got 11 minutes before the regular open session.
And
starts.
if we keep going like through our notes, but maybe we can submit our notes. I have a few little details of some that I can send over after or something.
If that was what the council wanted to do, I know I see post-it tabs on
Yeah.
Councilmember Krupa's.
I've got a few of those too.
I'm
Okay.
quite accustomed to getting notes on the protocols from Councilmember Krupa. If you wanted to send notes in and I could include some blurbs on that for a future staff report, sort of consolidate those and give it back to the council so you can see what your colleagues feel about certain things and then consider it a future meeting. Could absolutely do that if you wanted to.
I just add, I mean, that's a great idea because we do have these things, but one of the areas that I think you're going to have to do some research on, and I'm not 100% sure, but is on on number 8.
Okay.
Processing correspondence 8.1.1. That physically is not possible. How would staff know if an email came to a member? So I don't know what other cities are doing in the age of emails that come directly to council members, but I can guarantee you that staff does not go into our emails and direct them to department heads or to the city manager.
Understood.
And they only get that there if we do it. So I don't- how we wordsmith that or eliminate it or do whatever, that one definitely needs.
So maybe we
further
can
thought
have
process.
8.1.1 refer only to physical mail, and then look at what would be an
What
appropriate
would we do
process for
with-
email.
Right.
Presumably, in keeping with your current processes, that would be the council member reviews it and sends it to the city manager for them to assign out to staff or to the city manager's designee if he wants that to go to another person.
Okay.
And some of the other things that I had noted in here, 15.4.2, we don't really want to put our city staff in a position to be investigating elected officials. I think that makes a very awkward scenario. They're not paid enough to do that.
Oh,
Amen.
come on.
Yeah.
I tried so hard to take off in consultation with.
Yeah, I think that's
Let
not
it
good.
go.
I don't think that's good. I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Third parties, neutral parties is always a better option.
Okay.
So yeah, we don't want the city manager to feel like he's in a babysitting position of council members.
Well, then it would come back to Joe and it's like, I like you.
Well, we can certainly look at proposing an alternative with a third party for looking at these things. You know, I can tell you that, you know, what this is essentially is it's a censure process.
Yeah.
And that process is awkward for everybody. If we get to the point where we have a member of the council who refuses to comply with the rules that you all have adopted, and as inconvenient or as uncomfortable as it may be, ultimately, there's really no one else in the city right now, other than the city manager or myself, who could really tackle something like that. But if we wanted to look at having a third party whose job it is, I mean, you can tell by my smile that I think it's a
Right. And I
horrible
think like if a situation came up, it would be something that we would have to maybe have a meeting about. And I've watched some different scenarios on other council meetings, and praise God, we don't have any of those problems. But
Need some work.
yeah, we can work on that.
Yes.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
So just to be clear, are we recommending that we continue this to a future study session with some additional input rather than carry it over to the end of the meeting? I think that's
I don't want
wise.
to rush
to-
it. It's like there's so much
I
to
mean,
chew through, and
there-
it's
it.
good. This
there's-
is good
There's a lot
stuff.
of information to
Yeah.
process,
Mhm.
and we've been diligently moving methodically through this, and there's no sense to rush to a finish
Right.
line.
Exactly.
So what we can do, Mayor, is if that's the council's desire, we can reach out prior to the notification of the next council meeting and see if the council's available for a similar time work study, and then continue that if that's the council's desire.
Maybe we can send stuff into Steven so that everyone can share. You can share the.
one of the things that the city manager mentioned was that he has implemented certain practices to ensure that we get the agenda out in a timely manner. I believe the deadline for the next meeting was today. I think if we were to get direction, I think the direction I would appreciate is to direct the city manager and the city attorney to receive any comments from the city council over the next 2 weeks, and to incorporate that into a future workshop item at a date to be determined based on availability of the city council. I don't know if you're all available a month from now for a similar workshop, but we would simply bring it back at the first available day when you did have
That's
that.
exactly the motion that I was going to make.
Nice.
Really?
And
Have a
and you guys
second?
did great on this. 52 pages. I mean, this is some detail. So
We should be
It's
able to,
impressive.
recite this verbatim, but we've changed it too much. So I would second that motion.
We're going to do a roll call because, so motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes?
Councilmember Krupa,
yes,
Councilmember Mails is absent, Mayor Pro Tem Meyer,
yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes to direct staff to continue discussion to a future study session at a regular scheduled meeting to a date uncertain.
We'll adjourn this meeting.
Oh, we missed one. Oh, gotcha. Mrs. Pat Gregory? Is this for general comment, your public? Thank you. Oh my God. Sorry. Did you take my- No.
Good evening. I would like to call the February 8th, 2022 regular city council meeting, acting as the successor agency to the Hemet Housing Authority meeting to order. And I would like to point out that this meeting is hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. And I would like to remind the council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so that everyone can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Mails.
Here.
Mayor Pretend Meyer.
Here.
Blumenthal.
Here.
All members are present.
The invocation will be by Mike Morrell, followed by Senator Mike Morrell. For all those who don't know, he's retired. Yes, sir. Followed by Riley Montoya, who's going to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
In the name of our Lord, we pray. Amen.
Please join us in the recital of our Pledge of Allegiance.
Please remove any hats and hoods. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now move to the city attorney's report from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. For items 4A and 4B under the closed session agenda, there is no reportable action.
Okay, with that being said, we're going to move to communications from the public. So there's a 3-minute person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. And all who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor. For those who wish to join by Zoom, you will be asked to raise your hand. If you would like to speak, please state your name and the item you're commenting on before speaking. We will now take public comment for items listed on the agenda. City Clerk, were there any electronic comments submitted?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no e-comments registered.
And is there anyone on Zoom?
We have one participant. If you'll unmute yourself, I just unmuted you.
Okay, sounds good. I got it. I'm Judy Rice, and I just want to comment on, oh, can you hear me? Because I don't have, I mean, anyway.
Mrs. Rice, can you turn down maybe your television or the background noise.
Okay, got it.
We're having a little bit trouble with the.
Okay, got it. Trying to do 2 meetings at once. Basically, I would like to talk about redistricting, having gone through it with the state. I was looking at your staff reports. I don't see anything that shows the geographic areas of the various ethnic populations in the city. Percentages are one thing, but where are they actually located within the city districting? Are they all in one corner? Does one corner meet the other corner? I think we need to know a lot more. And I'm hoping that you have more citywide meetings, because I don't think most people know what's going on. I don't think you've broadcast this out enough to enough people, because it is in your own benefit to engage the people. Because I'll tell you, I may not like everything that the state redistricting did, but I respect what they did because I saw how they came to those conclusions and the decisions they made, balancing populations and balancing community interest. And if you want to get a buy-in from your community, you need to bring them in and have them have a say and have a sense that you're listening to them. Because right now, I think you've got a lot of problems with people thinking that you don't have their interests at heart. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy, for your comments. City Clerk, is anyone else?
I have one more individual raising their hand. Mr. Chris Hofeditz, I just want to start with, I saw that you wanted to make a mention on the redistricting item. We are taking public comments under the public hearing at 8 p.m. or around 8 p.m. Did you wish to speak on another item or specific general comment? And you're live with the council meeting.
All right. Yes, I can wait. I did wish to speak on redistricting, but if you're taking more comments at 8 o'clock, that will be fine if that's an appropriate time.
We'll register you down as number one for the public hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's anyone else that would like to speak, now is the time to raise your hand. So we'll just give you a brief moment. Seeing none, Mayor, that is the end of public Zoom comments.
Moving to 12A for public comment for items listed on the agenda. On the speaker request forms, I don't see anything, so I'm going to move to 12B. First, I have Pat Gregory, followed by Sue Savage.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Pat Gregory. The City Council adopted Ordinance 1975 in March 2021 that states the City of Hemet desires to enhance the transparency and accountability regarding the city's financial affairs. I do not believe the city is complying with that ordinance. The ordinance states that the city treasurer or other such person determined by City Council shall present monthly reports pursuant to California Government Code Section 53646B. That code requests or requires very specific information. I ask under the Freedom of Information Act for all of the treasurer's reports for the past year. And in response, the city clerk forwarded 3 links to the city's websites. Of those 3 links, only 1 could be considered a report that is compliant with the government code. 1 report in 1 year's time. Where are the monthly investment reports that are required by this ordinance? At the December 14th, 2021 council meeting, a resolution was passed that gave the city manager the duty to present a monthly report that goes to the oversight committee and then the council. Where are those investment reports?
Measure U committee is obligated to meet twice a year, but they have only met once. And in the most recent mid-year budget review, there was no information at all as to what Measure U was spent on. These omissions are egregious, in my opinion. There is no investment oversight, no investment reports for a year, no Measure U oversight, and a lack of detailed accounting for Measure U expenditures. And it has now been 3 months, and the city has still not complied with my request for treasurer information, with the reason given that the city attorney is reviewing the requested documents for 3 months. I made this request back in December. This, in my opinion, is not transparency. Rather, it is the city violating its own ordinances. I ask, why is the city council allowing this to happen? And I will continue to ask until I get an answer. Thank you.
I would like to make a comment towards that. And I know that you attend meetings often, Pat. And in the beginning of the year, we were having some compliance issues with our treasurer's reports, meeting these criteria. And so we hired a firm. And I believe we have an update maybe from our city manager on some of this.
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem. We do have draft reports that have been provided by the investment firm. And so we're looking to schedule an investment oversight committee meeting with the members of the investment oversight committee members so that they can review those reports, and then they will be brought to the council for review.
Yes. We had to end up paying to get them done. So they will be here soon.
Mayor, may I also make a brief statement? I wanted to thank Ms. Gregory for her patience on her Public Records Act request. I did get an email today from my paralegal that she should be finished with the initial review of those records that you'd requested by tomorrow. There were a significant amount of confidential financial information, account numbers, passwords, usernames, things like that on the records that she had to redact. It's thousands of pages is my understanding. So I do appreciate your patience. I know 3 months is a long time to wait for records when you're requesting them from the city, but we will be getting them to you shortly.
City Treasurer Sue Savage. Followed by some minutes donated to her.
Yes. Green light? No. All right. My name is Sue Savage. I am, without my glasses, I can't see. My name is Sue Savage. I am Hemet City Treasurer, who the citizens of Hemet voted for and elected a year ago. You overturned the vote of the people in March of last year and appointed the city manager to invest Hemet's citizens' money. Not a single city council member has made an attempt to restore the vote of the people and to show some respect for the taxes Hemet taxpayers have to pay. Last January, I gave 4 treasurer reports. One of the reports was Hemet is not poor. Where is all the money coming from? First, let's do a little history. 6 years ago, Hemet was investigated for bankruptcy by the state of California. Then Hemet passed Measure U, taking Hemet's portion of sales tax from 1 cent to 2 cents. Back then, Hemet had $57 million in the bank. Everyone talks about how poor Hemet is. Our police department stands up here meeting after meeting and begs for a raise. Our city employees have marched with picket signs begging for a raise. All of us drive on our Hemet citizen streets, and we know what our streets are like. Does a city going from 57 million then to about 157 million now sound like a poor city to you? 2 years of the pandemic has left other cities complaining about no money. Last year's treasurer report asked, where is all this money coming from? And how do we know it actually isn't even more? Hemet City Council appointed City Manager Chris Lopez and Lorena Rocha to invest Hemet taxpayer dollars. Chris Lopez and Lorena Rocha have not made a report on that money in 11 months. Tonight, as City Treasurer, again, I ask, where are the treasurer reports for the last 11 months. The citizens of Hemet are forced by city council to pay Hemet taxes. The taxpayers deserve a report on their money. So tonight, I'm going to give a little mini treasurer report. Last year, there was $117,000 paid to citizens in January. Hemet had $107 million in the bank, and I was the treasurer. This year, there's $67,000 paid to Hemet citizens in January. There's $155 million in the bank, and the city manager and the finance director are doing the investing. Yes, we earned $50,000 less in interest than last year. Why? Because Malcolm Lilienthal, Joe Mayles, Russ Brown, Linda Krupa, and Carly Meyer overturned the vote of the people. During the pandemic, in just 1 year, Hemet has almost $50 million more in the bank. Chris Lopez and Lorena Rocha earned half the interest on $50 million more in money. What are you costing the Hemet citizens? The $155 million Hemet has in the bank could be earning $2.5 million in interest. You are costing the citizens $141,000 each month. Let me repeat that. You are costing the citizens of Hemet $141,000 every month. It would be nice if the city council, city manager, and finance director could show respect and earn Hemet citizens their $2.5 million interest on their money. Better yet, put the treasurer back in charge and put her to work earning that interest. I can continue to write speeches like tonight's, or I can write treasurer reports for city council meetings. You choose. My name is Sue Savage. I'm Hemet's treasurer.
Thank you, Sue Savage. Can I have Terry Larned approach the podium, followed by Jerry Ann Franklin?
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Terry Larned, and I'm here to talk about the American Legion calendar that we have coming up. The American Legion is alive, and we are doing a lot of stuff. For example, this Wednesday, we have the Hemet San Jacinto Chamber of Commerce mixer being held at the American Legion. I think it starts at 5 o'clock, goes on to about 8. So public is invited there too. Well, if you are a member of the chamber, come on down. Friday night, we have our dinners. It's 5 o'clock to 7. And this Friday, we're going to have the fried chicken with fixins and salad, $10. And that chicken is huge. It's really good too. And that's open to the public. Saturday morning, we have our breakfast. We're going to have pancakes, eggs, ham, sausage, hash browns, toast, juice, coffee for $12. And the public is invited to come to that. Afterwards, we're going to have the Valentine Bazaar, and the vendors will get there around 8 o'clock, and it starts at 10 o'clock, and it goes on to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We've got a couple tables still open, so if anybody is interested in getting a table to sell their craft, just let me know, or come down to the Legion. Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday. We have got a huge screen, and we're going to be showing the Super Bowl on that. It's going to start around 2 p.m. We have like 5 other screens also going to be showing the Super Bowl. We got the bar open. We've got touchdown specials in the bar, and we have a kitchen that will be open for some great food also. So we're going to have a great time on Sunday. So like I said, the American Legion is open, and we're going to have lots of fun. We've got things coming up in the future. We've got in March, our 3rd annual bike show on Saturday, March 19th from 10 till 2, and it's free of charge. So just come on down and enjoy the show. We got all these different bikes out there, motorcycles, some really classy bikes out there that you can see. And we've got food, vendors, we got live music, we got raffles and a 50-50 drawing. So like I say, the American Legion is open and we're having a ball. So come on down.
Thank you, Santa. Jerry Ann?
Hello, Mayor, council members. I recently wrote a letter to council members and city manager regarding the Devonshire Myers cross streets. And I just wanted to come tonight to follow up on that. I did get a call from Charles Russell, Public Works. I haven't had a chance to speak with him, but whatever that conversation is, I certainly hope I can get the city council support, because I don't know if any of you have driven down that road. It is so bad down there. It's pitch black. And also the road work, they tried to fill in along the edges, but they filled it in with sand. So it actually needs pavement in there. So I'm just asking for support from the city council to ensure that that becomes a safer area for drivers. And so y'all got my letter, so you know how I feel about it. So I just wanted to follow up with a visit tonight and hope you're doing good and everything. So missed you guys over the holidays. So thank you. And thanks for letting me speak, and thanks for reading the letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry Ann. Now we're going to move on to presentations, which will be done by Councilmember Brown.
Okay. Well, first on the agenda is a proclamation on National Black History Month. And I understand our mayor wanted to make a few comments on this. Do you want to do that before or after the proclamation?
I could do it now. I just wanted to give you guys a couple of fun facts about people who look like me. So there's a science that they call epigenetics, where basically trauma or anything that's it could even be anything that's good, so it doesn't have to be trauma, that can be passed down through cellular memory. And so whether or not someone was privy to being like with trauma, it could be passed down from the parents down to the offspring. And so if you've ever see a group of Black people together and then you see them laugh and it looks like they run away from each other and then come back to the conversation, basically it's something that's been passed down since slavery, because anytime we were laughing, we got beat or sometimes just capital punishment, so killed, because we were just laughing. And so what we try to do when it came to laughing and you know, while we were picking cotton and whatever else they were doing back then, we would bury our hands in these barrels of water so that it would hide our laughs. And then we would run away from the buckets, like running the laugh out. And then so it's just kind of something that's just passed down throughout the you know, all of the years and stuff like that. And so there are a lot of things that we ourselves, we don't know why we do, but a lot of science has shown that things have been passed down that we're not necessarily privy to, or maybe we don't even know. Like, for example, it's very difficult for people who look like me to pronounce the ER at the end of words. And there is linguistic experts who talk about the inflections as to why that's difficult, but sometimes we're made fun of because we can't say specific words, like one word that is difficult for us to say is ask. A lot of times you hear us say axe. And so it's not that we're illiterate or dumb or anything like that. It's just, you know, where we've come from, the language that's been passed down through all of our families. It's like a dialect. You know, when you listen to people of other cultures try to say or speak our language, or the English language, they have trouble saying specific words. But when it comes to us, we try our best to say words, you know, that you guys would deem that it was correct. And so oftentimes we'll feel disenfranchised, or we'll feel a little bit out of place if we don't say something correctly and someone is, you know, saying that we're not saying it correctly. And so it's just a couple of things that I wanted to let you guys know in honor of Black History Month. Another thing you guys could think about too is our Statue of Liberty, which was modeled after a Black woman. And a lot of people don't know that, but was modeled after a Black woman. And if you look at the feet of the statue, there are chains down there signifying how it was a gift. Who gifted us? France gifted us it, and in honor of us, you know, declaring that slavery wasn't right. And so there was this argument about, because France wanted the chains to be up higher on her, like her holding them, but you know, for whatever reason, people did not. You know, it's a shame. It's kind of shameful what the country has been through, and so of course you don't want to display or acknowledge that these things happen. So it's just put down on the floor by her feet, and so that's something that you don't really pay attention to, but that's how some of the things passed down, like history is passed down, and things are omitted and you don't know because it was on purposely hidden. Does that make sense? And so another thing that you guys could think about too, and this goes across a lot of cultures, but for African Americans, when we're always brought up that when the lights turn on, we're supposed to come into the house. And when you ask about, you know, why we do certain things, you know, it goes back to, well, a lot of times we're in sundown cities, or we're around sundown cities. If you're Black and you're caught out after dark, you're lynched. And so that's a typical practice, as well as another practice that's kind of seen within our community is a lot of backbiting, a lot of bickering, and it seems like there's a lack of unity, that African Americans somehow have trouble working together. And that is because, again, when you talk about epigenetics, when you're disenfranchised, when you're taken from your land and then you're separated from your families, you kind of you're beat into submission to tell on others. And if you don't, then you die. And even if you don't even know, sometimes you died. And so a lot of times you'll see a lot of division within ourselves. And so outside communities say, well, you guys are killing each other and you guys are not working well together. And so how come you're always asking outside agencies or outside peoples to come in and help with the situation? But it's a lot of trauma that's been passed down through the ages that is a barrier to why the African American community seems to be very high on the list as a community that can't seem to get themselves together. And so all of this comes from a lot of passed down trauma. And so I thank you guys for taking the time to listen.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that personal perspective that really helps underscore the purpose and intent of this proclamation. So, National Black History Month. Whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. And whereas Black History Month grew out of the establishment in 1926 of Negro History Week by Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. And whereas the observance of Black History Month allows us an opportunity to recognize the heroes of African American history, such as Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, Harriet Tubman, and many more. And whereas Black History Month provides a time for all Americans to remember the struggles of African Americans for freedom and equal opportunity. And whereas the City of Hemet Council celebrates the accomplishments of African Americans past, present, and future. Now, therefore, Malcolm Lilienthal, Mayor of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2022 as National Black History Month, and encourage all residents to join in celebrating the diversity and character of our community and to continue to work toward the ideals of equality, freedom, and opportunity that our country represents. Presented this date, February 8th, 2022.
Before you go on, if I could just announce that the Human Relations Council will be having their student essays presentation on March 4th. It will be a Zoom meeting and it will be starting at 6 o'clock. So go to Human Relations Council if you want to get a link to that. It's always a phenomenal evening of listening to these young people, middle school, high school, and some college, read their essay on their favorite Black person. And it's incredible. So yes, I will be there again this year.
Thank you, Linda. And just like the comment that I made when we recognized the Holocaust occasion, I think it's important that there's all too many efforts right now going on to erase history. And I think that's a mistake, in my personal opinion. We need to learn from history so that we don't repeat previous mistakes. So our next proclamation is United States Service Organizations Day. Whereas since its beginning prior to World War II, the mission of the United States Service Organizations has been to serve the morale, spiritual, and recreational needs of the armed forces. And whereas in war and peace, the United States Service Organizations, with its thousands of patriotic volunteers, has kept the faith with millions of Americans as they've been called into the service of their nation. And whereas the American people have voluntarily given their support, both financial and personal, to bolster the morale of our servicemen and women. And whereas the United States Service Organization continues to give an answer to the question always on the minds of young men and women in uniform, quote, does anyone know I'm here, unquote, and quote, does anyone care, unquote. And whereas the United States Service Organizations has continued to give a resounding yes on behalf of all Americans, and whereas the City of Hemet joins the United States Service Organizations in saying yes, supporting both the United States Service Organization and the men and women of our armed forces. Now, therefore, Malcolm Lilienthal, Mayor of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim February 4th, 2022 as United Service Organization Day, and encourage all citizens of the City of Hemet to give their enthusiastic support to United States Service Organizations. Hey, as a veteran, and I know we have other veterans here in the audience, the appreciation and enthusiasm shown by such organizations as the USO really goes a long way, especially when you're deployed overseas. It's your umbilical cord to home.
Hey, did you want to say a few?
I have a few words I'd like to say. Malcolm, I want to thank you for being the first Black mayor of Hemet. And yes, and I feel like we need to stand together with him tonight. I read some disturbing things on social media this week, and I apologize for our citizens of Hemet for their mouths, because I can't believe that in this day and age I can see racist comments, and so I apologize for that. And you have been a man of integrity, and you have chosen to serve our citizens in this position, and we are thankful. And so I don't want you to take that on yourself. It's sad that I have to actually say this out loud, but shame on those people who put comments like that online, derogatory comments towards our mayor because of the color of his skin. And so I encourage you guys to hold people accountable for their mouths because it's not okay. And we are thankful for you. Yeah, sorry. It makes me crazy.
Let's move to, I'm going to skip the public hearing and move to receive and file. Are there any questions regarding this item? And if not, can I have a motion to receive and file?
So move.
City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Council, you could cast your votes.
Oh, that's right. We got buttons.
If you can cast your vote.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
That motion passes unanimous 5-0.
First time.
Moving to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
Yes, and I will apologize to Russ. He told me I could have one. And I only have one, 16C.
Any others? Do I have a motion to approve the rest of the items?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Brown. That motion passes 5-0 to pass the consent calendar with the exception of the item 16C for separate consideration.
Councilmember Krupa.
Okay, first off, I just want to thank the council for the discussion we had on this item last time, and also to staff for preparing the letter. I do have a couple requested changes in the letter, and it's in the fourth sentence from the end. The correction, it says, we encourage the district to take into account families who moved into residential locations with no expectation that a public vehicle park would be located near them. I'd like to have that corrected to say a public off-highway vehicle park. And then scratch the next sentence that I've already scratched out and I can't read it. Something about benefit instead of imposing it, and just add the sentence, for these reasons, the Hemet City Council opposes the Diamond Valley location. And then thank you for your continued partnership, if that's okay. And I'll send this down to staff. You send it down if that's okay with council.
I have no objections to your recommendations. I'll
Okay.
move approval of the amended letter as submitted by Councilmember Krupa.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa to approve the amended letter. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, council. Appreciate it.
And
Thank you,
Mayor,
staff.
If I can add one comment to this item, we will be following up with the affected HOA areas, and we will provide a letter of the council approved letter to them, as well as some of the other housing developers that are developing out there, just to inform them of what action the council took. Thank you, Mayor.
And just, could we share that letter also with Valleywide?
Absolutely.
It's in their best interest too, with the big park out there.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We're going to move to discussion items now. 17A, Hemet Fire Department Needs Assessment Preliminary Report. I will, if this gets too close to 8 o'clock, I will interrupt this and move back to item 14.
So Mayor, while we have Fire Chief Sell making his way to the podium, I have had some conversations with each of you independently. And one of the things that we're trying to do with this particular item is to really set the stage for future conversations related to apparatus, related to station, updating them to what they need to be, and some of the other equipment within the fire department. And so this is really about setting the stage. We didn't want to get ahead of council by bringing forward an expenditure budget of X amount of dollars at some point in the future without really talking about what we have before us tonight. So I'd really like to thank Chief Sell for taking the lead with his team in preparing this presentation for today. And with that being said, looking forward to the additional work that's coming after this, so we can really have good discussions with the rest of the council about what the department might look like in the future and what we can do to prepare for that. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Manager Lopez. Appreciate that. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. We are proud to be here tonight to be able to discuss this fire department needs report with you. And like the manager said, Manager Lopez stated, this is going to be basically just essentially a snapshot into what we've been able to capture, coinciding with, and in fact, my last 100 days as your fire chief. So time does fly, huh? So certainly myself and Chief Lloyd are very happy to be here tonight and appreciate the time. And as you can see, we have an incredible fire department that every day serves the citizens of Hemet with pride, a commitment and level of dedication that I am beyond proud of. So I can't give enough thanks to the men and women of the Hemet Fire Department. So thank you for that. Chief Lloyd is going to help me with this. As we can see that the strategic plan integration, and you can see that the objectives are met in the organizational effectiveness category. So you can see with this needs assessment, we are able to evaluate existing practices to ensure continuity with industry best practices, provide counsel with policies that are consistent while lessening liabilities, increase employee retention by training and creating a positive workplace, and streamline fire prevention coordination efforts. So this fire department needs assessment summary is a detailed report of critical infrastructure needs. It does coincide with the 100-day plan that was part of my hiring process, and I'm proud to say that we're right on track with that. This was a collaborative effort between the HFD command staff, HFFA leadership, and employee feedback. The fire department needs assessment summary was put together by direct inspection by the command staff, including myself, previous staff reports, previous assessments by facilities, fleet, and other subject matter experts. So I'm also going to be referring to going between the staff report that you also have, just to make sure that we're hitting the areas of concern. So 3 areas rise to the surface with regards to critical needs: fire apparatus, facilities, and all hazard support equipment. These areas have already suffered critical mission setbacks due to an aging equipment, higher than average utilization, and lack of technical support. Going back to the slide presentation, you can see the needs assessment apparatus, and that's where we're going to start tonight. So you can see on this slide the overview. We currently have 7 fire engines and 1 aerial truck company. 5 of those 7 fire engines are what we would call frontline in-service fire engines that are providing service 24/7, 365 days out of our 5 fire stations. The 2 additional engines are what we term reserve apparatus, and those reserve apparatus go into service when a frontline fire engine is broken and basically needs repair, or is out of the region, out of the city, supporting the state mission on wildland fires, for example. Also, we have 1 aerial truck company, which is currently housed at Station 4, and that is cross-staffed with our engine company. You can see that the service life per the industry standard is 10 years for frontline apparatus and 5 years for reserve. And you, just to confirm, and you do have the needs assessment report in front of you that has the graphs, correct? Okay. Okay, so this slide will actually, yeah, so the next slide that we're going to be getting to is going to demonstrate, I talked about the industry standard of 10 years for frontline and 5 years for reserve status. The next slide is going to show where the city of Hvac currently is. So you can see here, our highest mileage apparatus now has 192,000 miles. Oldest apparatus is 23 years old. We have 5 out of our 8 resources are beyond the recommended service life right now. Recent major repairs, those 2 apparatus numbers, 3254 and 3263. I am happy to say that they're back in service thanks to our folks over at Fleet that do a fantastic job. So kudos to our fleet services for getting them back in service. What you have before you here on this slide is an apparatus replacement plan. I'm really proud of our command staff coming together to work with city staff on really bringing to you a plan that we can do moving forward. And what we can see here is January of 2022, we just received a new Kme Fire Engine. Kme is the manufacturer name, much like a Honda or Toyota or Porsche. It's the type of manufacturer that built the fire engine. So that city or that engine is currently in Southern California, and it's getting outfitted with all the tools and equipment necessary to respond to incidents. Due to some COVID issues and other setbacks, we're not going to have that engine in service until mid-March. But very, very happy that it's here, by the way. That's a big deal. January 2022, we are going to purchase, and it was recommended to purchase another fire engine in the mid-year budget. July of 2022, which is fiscal year 22-23, purchase an additional engine company. July of 2022, fiscal year 22-23, we are recommending to reinstitute the apparatus replacement fund. July of 2023, fiscal year 23-24, we're recommending to purchase an aerial ladder truck with Measure U fund balance. July 2025 and fiscal year 25-26, purchase 1 additional fire engine out of the apparatus fund. So the idea is by putting money and investing in the future, we're going to have money in that apparatus fund to actually purchase that final engine, which is going to make us whole again. Okay, and with facilities, I'm going to go ahead and refer this over to Chief Lloyd, and he's going to assist with taking us through this.
Council, Mayor, staff. So our facilities, as you know, the fire department delivers service 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And in essence, those stations, those 5 stations are staffed by personnel that through over the course of their career spend 1/3 of their lives at a fire station. It is in fact their home away from home. They live there, they eat there, they sleep there throughout, always being available for the calls. Currently, right now, the fire department uses, in addition to the 5 fire stations, 2 additional facilities for the support of operations. That would be the fire administration or Covell building and the fire training center. Fire department staff has inspected these facilities and they concur with the previous assessments as well as finding some additional issues. Most of these need significant repairs. Most of them have suffered as a result of deferred maintenance. And we get it, you know, with budget issues, with things that happen and cuts need to be made. But unfortunately for cuts, as it goes with facilities, they're not cuts, they're just deferrals. They're just, and eventually we have to address those issues. For 2 of the 5 fire stations, and we're going to talk about them specifically, stations 3 and 5, it's likely that the cost of remodeling would actually surpass the costs to actually replace or construct a new facility. Particularly with Station 5. Station 5, the actual facility lies within close proximity to the San Jacinto Fault.
The problem with that is that the regulations say that you cannot build a permanent government facility within that proximity. So when we're talking about Station 5 and we're talking about remodeling or rebuilding or any of those things, we need to start to be considering about moving that station to a different location so we can have a permanent facility. So within that strategic plan, that we see that the reestablishment of fives as a permanent solution to the citizens of East Hemet. So as we move forward in here, we have we're going to talk about a healthy work environment and well-being. Those are two of those strategic plan issues, really in taking care of our folks, which our employees in the city are our most important asset. So Station 1, built in the 60s, is one of the oldest fire stations that we have. And it needs a complete bathroom remodel. The pipes need to be upgraded. There's very severe damage throughout. We've had multiple leaks through there. And the problems with those leaks in the bathroom and the plumbing is water is one thing. It's the other stuff that's a concern too. And as I think we all know, HVAC system, windows, we talk about energy management, generator maintenance issues, solar. Those are the options I know that we've talked about with Centrica, as you saw at the last meeting. Station 2 located at 895 West Stetson. This building, it was constructed, I think back here in, I have that listed up there, 1968. It is double bays, has 4 apparatus. Station security and fencing is a large issue with this. It lies right next door to an apartment complex. And the problems that we have is that people tend to jump over the wall between the fire station parking lot to get to the apartment complex because it's just closer for them. If you ever drive to that station, people have parked their cars about 10 feet from the wall because the people will use the car to vault over the wall, which causes damage to our person. But station security, when we talk about homeland security and all of those things, are definitely a part for that. Bathroom remodel as well. It suffered some damage to the walls and all that because of leaks and plumbing. HVAC, this HVAC system, if you were to go in there, it consists of one of those portable ones that you buy at like Lowe's and you hook into a window because the current system is not sufficient. It's a brick building, and in the summer it's like an oven. So it's pretty warm there. Again, energy management, solar, as you'll see throughout. Fire Station 3, that's located at 4110 West Devonshire. This is one of those ones where we need to take a serious look at a cost benefit. Is it more expensive to repair or replace this? And the reason for that, although the station was built or put into service in 1994, it's attached to a ranch house that is over 50 years old. It was a house, it was a resident, it was never designed as a commercial structure. And we're starting to see some structural problems with that, some sloughing on the west wall, as well as a lot of other concerns that you would see with a 50-year-old building in that. Station 4, this is our newest station. It was constructed in 2005. It is doing very well, I would like to say. Perimeter fencing, it needs that some repair, some repainting. In that it's starting to rust along those areas around that. This is the future site for our training center. So we're really excited as to see what we're going to be doing. That's a Measure U project that you approved funding for, and we'll be starting to break ground in April on, and we're really excited about that as that goes. This one would need some generator work too. We'll talk about generator work more as a maintenance project for all of the generators, switches and those types of things, just so that they stay functional in an emergency. It's also where Engine 4 and Truck 4 are located, cross staff, 2 apparatus, 1 crew. And then we also lease space to Mercy Air Crew for the helicopter crew there. Fire Station 5, as we talked about, on 120 North Hemet Street, in the proximity to the earthquake fault. It is a double wide mobile home. It is not a permanent facility. Definitely needs some exterior repairs and perimeter fencing. It is completely open to the public, open to the street, where somebody can walk right up to the doors on that. This fire station does not have a generator. So when the power goes out in East Hemet on that area, they have a battery backup, which consists of a couple of 12-volt batteries underneath the cabinet that help run the radios and the station alerting system, but only for a short period of time. Then we would end up having to relocate them to Fire Station 1 or a place that had a generator if we had anything long-term. Got it. 510 East Florida, it's a Covell building.
Can I
The phone-
interrupt for a
Yeah,
second?
Sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
I'm gonna have you guys sit down for a second so that I can go to this public hearing.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then you'll return right after.
Thank you.
Sorry for the inconvenience, but I have to do this at 8 p.m. So the city council's procedures for a public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented, and the public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor or in opposition to the item, followed by rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will then be closed and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public, and the public will not have an opportunity to respond at that time. So the discussion will be brought back to council for direction or action. According to 14A, can we get a report from staff on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, while our consultant moves her way to the podium, just wanted to provide a brief introduction of what we're doing tonight. And just to let you know a little bit about Stephanie Smith. She's the Director of Election Services at BBNK. She also served as a city clerk for the cities of Marietta and Lake Forest in her past life. And she also served as the president of the City Clerks Association of the California Executive Board. And so she's well-versed and experienced in municipal elections and initiatives and heading up redistricting for several agencies within the region. And with that said, we'll pull up the redistricting PowerPoint presentation, and I'll pass you off to Stephanie Smith.
Thanks, John. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to be here tonight. And I apologize, chiefs, for the way this works, but the state law says it has to be at a time certain. So I do apologize. I was very interested in your presentation. I spent 10 years with Marietta Fire, so service with pride from the double wide. You know, I can appreciate that. I want to hear the rest of your presentation. So tonight, this is the second of 4 required public hearings. You guys got a great start when you launched this project without us. You hired us and you had your first public hearing without us. And I was like, wow, they didn't even need us. You did a great job, John. I appreciate that. The purpose of tonight is we're going to talk about what the project timelines are, those key deadlines, and then what the next steps in hearings look like. As I mentioned, it is a 4 public hearing process. This is the second of the 4 required hearings. And just for the audience that might be interested in what redistricting is, that's really the purpose of this. It's to engage the community in the process of redrawing the council district lines. And so just there's a little bit of background information here. As you know, the council members hold 4-year terms, and the 5 districts were just started in 2016 when you transitioned from an at-large election system. And that first district election was held in 2016. And unfortunately, you were required to use data that was already 6 years old. When you draw council member lines, you have to use the data from the most recent decennial census, which was the 2010 census. So you were already a half a decade behind the curve on that. Districts 2 and 5 elect in 2022, this November, and districts 1, 3, and 4 are on the ballot in 2024. Now, the process looks like this, where you have a first public hearing, which is really an overview of what redistricting is. And then if draft maps are being drawn, then those will get released. Then you'll have a second public hearing where you can take a look at draft maps. And then we actually will set a deadline for any draft maps that might come in from the public. And that's so that we can have enough time to evaluate them in time for the next public hearing. And then you'll have that third public hearing where you'll look at draft maps again. And then that fourth map hearing, if the council can agree on a preferred map, then we can actually introduce the ordinance that approves it at that fourth public hearing. Now, notice I say that, you know, we'll have maps at public hearing number 2. I'm going to talk a little bit about why we don't have that tonight. So really quickly, though, redistricting is based on 3 areas of law, and the first one is federal law, and that's the Equal Population Standard, more specifically the 14th Amendment, which did away with the 3/5 compromise and stated that whole persons shall be counted for the purposes of representation and equal representation, 1 person, 1 vote. And then beyond that, we have the Federal Voting Rights Act, which requires that we give preference and understanding to minority voice. We cannot intentionally draw lines that will dilute or diminish the rights of minority voters to elect the candidates of their choice. So if the population of any particular minority rises to the level that we can draw majority minority districts, we have an obligation to do so. And with along those lines, that's really no racial gerrymandering. And we see a lot of that in the congressional districts, in states that don't necessarily listen to the federal law, but we but we don't have a lot of that around here. But we know as demographers that our rights, our responsibilities are to not draw districts that intentionally dilute minority voice. And then we have the California criteria for cities, and for some reason that box just did not populate. This is the second city that's happened at, so I'm really curious as to what that is, because on my end it's always there. Anyway, I'll tell you what it says in that middle box. That's the Fair Maps Act, which requires that districts be drawn contiguous to one another, compact, that they recognize natural barriers such as highways, mountains, streams, channels, railroads, that you don't have crisscrossy lines, that when you look at a map, it makes sense. You can tell that it wasn't done to protect necessarily incumbency or things like that. The shapes are things that everyone can recognize, and an objective person can look at it and say, you know what, I understand that. If they're squares, they're rectangles, they're triangles, those districts make sense. They don't look like blood splatters on a crime scene or pterodactyls. Those are all adjectives that federal judges have used to say that maps were inconsistent with federal law. So, and then once we look at federal and state law, we have other traditional principles, and these have come out of Supreme Court rulings. And essentially, we want to minimize the number of voters that get shifted from one election cycle to another. So if a person is scheduled to vote this November, we want to do our absolute best not to move them to a district that isn't on the ballot until 2024, because then that creates a 6-year gap in the last time that they were able to elect a council member. We also want to respect the voters' choices and continuity of office. And what that means is that everything else being equal, we can look at maintaining seats and district lines that respect the fact that all of you have been elected by the voters. We have to address federal and state law first. We can't have crazy lines. We have to have contiguity. We have to have compactness. We can't do any racial gerrymandering. But with all of that being done, then we can look at necessarily where some incumbents live and try and draw lines that respect the continuity of office. And then we can look to future population growth, but only under very rare circumstances. And it's if we're trying to achieve some other purpose, such as creating an additional majority minority district, or if for some reason we might need to look at some future projects to see if we can balance out an unlawful deviation. Now, they're, as I said, it's very limited. We have to be sure that there are projects that aren't on somebody's drawing board in their mind. We all have those parcels in our communities that have been vacant for years and years and years, and they've talked about this project or talked about that project. It really needs to be projects that are fully entitled, permits pulled, sticks out of the ground, those kinds of things that we can project the population for. And then lastly, we always look to preserve the core of the existing districts when we redraw lines, and that's so that the voters feel comfortable with a new map, right? They know who their legislator is now. They know what district they're in. We try and preserve the core of that to the best of our ability. So this is what your existing districts look like, and I have to say, they are very compact. They have some linear features to them, particularly District 5. That's you, okay. Well, I chose purple. Look at you. So it has, some linear features, and really the only compact feature I think in your districts are your borders, and that's because your borders are jagged, right? You go block in, block out, block in, block out. But the center of your city, it's very, very straight. Your district lines are very straight. I call them pretty maps because they check off a lot of the boxes. Now, this is the existing district boundaries with the 2020 census data laid on top of that. And what this slide tells you, there's a lot of information on this slide, but the most important thing is the fact that your total deviation, which is the gap from the least populated district to the greatest populated district is 8.65%. And that's a very important number because the Supreme Court has deemed that 10% or less is compliant and substantially equal. So when we draw maps, we're looking for a deviation that is 10% or less. Your maps are already 10% or less. Therefore, should the council at the conclusion of this 4-hearing process decide that the current district boundaries are the best boundaries for the city of Hemet, you can readopt your existing boundaries and you don't have to make any changes to the lines whatsoever. And so we'll talk about that a little bit more in the presentation. The other thing that this slide tells us is whether or not you currently have any majority minority districts. And when the way that we look at that is we look at the voting age population, the Hvac. And if the majority of voting age population in a particular district identifies as a minority, then it becomes a majority minority district under the Constitution. So the great thing about the city of Hemet is, again, your total deviation currently is under that acceptable range. You may adjust them for population balance if you wanted to see a lower deviation, or if maybe you wanted to shift some communities of interest that perhaps when you drew your lines in 2016 were not entirely addressed. Maybe there were some neighborhoods you wanted to move into one district or another. But you're not required to do so because you've already met that 10% threshold. And then lastly, it is possible to create majority minority districts for the city of Hemet because districts 1 and 5 are already majority minority Hispanic voting districts. And so if we were to redraw the lines, we would want to make sure that we preserved that. We'd want to make sure that we kept a minimum of 2 majority minority Hispanic voting districts. So when we look at maps, again, these are the preeminent things. These are the absolute non-negotiables. They have to be equally populated within that kind of 10% deviation. We want to consider racial minority voice. They need to be geographically contiguous. In other words, you can't hopscotch around the agency. And then they have to be measured objectively. A person who doesn't have any expertise in this should be able to look at your maps and say, well, that makes sense. They used Florida, they used Stetson, they used big streets to divide us up. They didn't go right down the middle of a little tiny residential street where voters on either side are in 2 different districts. And then we have these important considerations, and this is communities of interest. And this is where we really like the public to weigh in on this, or for you to tell us what is a community, what makes sense to keep them together. And typically these are going to be your neighborhoods, sometimes HOA neighborhoods or planned communities or historic neighborhoods, things that identify as being together. You wouldn't want to split those up. So we want to hear from people about that. And we use physical boundaries such as natural barriers, roadways, rivers, rails, like I talked about. Also, parks or school district boundaries can be considered communities of interest. A lot of people say, you know, all the people that go to this elementary school kind of think the same. They have the same economic standards. They have the same issues. And so it makes sense for them to be represented by a single council person. And then also that geographic integrity and compactness is an important consideration. Political boundaries, as I was mentioning, school attendance areas. If you had any special districts within the city that were not overly broad, like a very small special district, you would want to try and keep that in one district if it were possible. I know that you have, I think there's a recreation district here, but I think it's too large to stay within one particular district. So it'd be split between those. If you had any federal, state, or county properties, or if there were, for example, a state prison, or if there were a county jail or things like that, you'd want to not split that down between 2 different districts. You'd keep those together. Communities of interest don't include incumbents' residences or political affiliations. Now, I did mention that we can consider continuity of office and the voters' choices. That's as it relates to you. The neighborhood around you that might be your closest friends and family, they're not a community of interest. We can draw lines to keep you in a district, but we wouldn't draw lines to make sure that all of your friends and family came with you. And then political affiliations, as a nonpartisan offices, we don't look at political affiliations in drawing districts at all. So for tonight's hearing, it's really what's your neighborhood and what are its boundaries? Are there any notable areas that you want us to keep together or consider if we were to draw maps? And then basically inform the public on how they can participate. For tonight's hearing, if the council wants us to, we will draw draft maps that we'll present at the third public hearing. And the reason that we didn't do that in advance was because you were already at an acceptable deviation. A lot of councils in your position are choosing to just basically wait and see what the public has to say. If the public wants to present some draft maps, we'll consider those, but they weren't finding a lot of reasons to start drawing maps. You certainly can, particularly if you had any neighborhoods that you wanted us to address that were maybe not done properly during the transition, but it's entirely up to the council. So yeah, if at the conclusion of this, you want us to draw maps to lower that deviation, we can certainly do that. Where do we get our info? First of all, from the census data, right? The demographic data. We have pulled that most recent census data. It has been prisoner adjusted. And what I mean by that is the Census Bureau releases all of the raw data to the state of California. California has legislation that will reallocate incarcerated persons at the state level, so state prisoners. They will reallocate them back to the community from whence they came, the last community that they resided in prior to their incarceration. And now this doesn't necessarily affect the city of Hemet that much. The reason that this legislation is really important is, imagine the city of Folsom that has a state prison with 22,000 people in it. When they fill out their census forms, or when the prison fills out the census form on their behalf, all of those people are in one district because they're in one location. And it would not be fair to the council member representing that district when none of those people counted could vote for them. Also, it's not fair to the other candidates because they have to actually campaign for people to vote for them, whereas this council member wouldn't necessarily have to campaign to vote for them. So it's very, very important that the prisoners be reallocated back to the community that they were residing in prior to their incarceration. Again, it doesn't necessarily affect Hemet, but it's a very important aspect of it. So the demographic data is what we rely on. In the absence of public input, or not a lot of input necessarily from yourselves, we'll go to staff and we'll say, hey, the council wants us to draw maps, but they didn't really give us a lot of direction. What neighborhoods are important to you? What do you think as planners, as engineers, as the city manager? What are the right kinds of communities that we should be keeping together? We, of course, take the public's input and then the council's input. And as a way to engage the public, the Fair Maps Act, which applies to cities, requires that the city establish a dedicated redistricting website. And this website is the repository for all things redistricting. It's where the public hearing notices are found, the links to these agendas, the links to the minutes when we have draft maps. And even if that draft map is your existing map, that will be posted on that website. That website must be maintained for 10 years until the next census, and it's updated regularly as the process unfolds. So the next steps include providing input on that process in any communities of interest. We have launched an online mapping tool for the public to use. It'll actually be turned on. The instructions will be posted. The tool's live now, but the instructions aren't there. It'll be on the districting website tomorrow. And so if any member of the public wanted to draw a map for you to consider, they can certainly do that. It's a fairly easy tool to use. I don't know if you used that tool when you did the transition, but I will tell you, if you did, it was probably a different tool, which as a person who went through this with 2 jurisdictions, transitioned in 2 different jurisdictions, it was very clunky. It was the tool du jour at that time, but it was horrible. It was absolutely impossible to use. The tool that we're using is much more user-friendly. It's a lot easier for the public. And if they look at the instructions, then most people can figure it out. We'll evaluate any publicly submitted maps, and then we'll return at that third public hearing with any review of proposed maps, either maps you've asked us to draw or anything that's been submitted. So here's what that timeline looks like. You had your first public hearing on December 14th. We're here tonight with public hearing number 2, first review of draft maps, which we don't have. We've set next, because you have a kind of compressed schedule. We have a hard stop on April 17th. That's the day. We have to have had second reading of that ordinance prior to April 17th. And so we've got a little bit of a compressed timeline. And so next Monday will be a deadline for the public to submit maps for us to evaluate in time to turn it around for the agenda for the meeting on February 22nd. And then on March 8th, we'll have that public hearing number 4. If the council's able to narrow their focus and come up with a preferred map at hearing number 3, then we will definitely have that ordinance on the agenda for March 8th for introduction. If it's between just maybe 2 maps, we'll still put it on, and then we can just, whatever map you pick is the one that actually gets finalized in the ordinance. And then there'll be a second reading on the consent calendar at the following meeting. But again, that hard deadline is April 17th. As an election related ordinance, it does go into effect immediately. We don't have the 30-day period for it to become effective. And the elections code actually says that you adopt a map. It doesn't say that the ordinance adopting it has to, reach an effective date, but it's really neither here nor there. As long as that second reading and the ordinance is adopted, then you're good to go. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions before we get to the public hearing portion.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your presentation. Any questions from the council?
Just a couple. Thank you. That's always great. Always fun to look at. And why my District 5 is kinky. Well, of course, city limits on one side, and the other it comes down and it goes around a subdivision that wanted to stay together. So it was like,
makes a lot of sense.
It does. It absolutely does. When you were talking about future growth, in how future does a development have to be? I mean, we've got hundreds of homes under construction right now. Some I think they encompass maybe 2 or 3 districts. So since they're under construction, does that add to the population?
We could use it if we needed to in order to achieve some other purpose, right? Such as balance your population. But we don't need to do it because your population is already balanced. And then we also don't need to do it because we already know we have 2 majority minority voting districts. We don't know the demographics of your future residents, right? So for that exercise, it really isn't the best. But really, you will look to that if if there was no other way to balance your population without adding some people from over here that are going to be moving in the next 18 months, then you could look to future growth. But it's very limited, very rare circumstances. And truthfully, I don't think that the city of Hemet rises to that level because you already have a balanced population.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments?
I had a similar type of a question, so I think you've answered it by that, because I guess it was more of a comment and a question, that if we know that there's going to be future growth, but we don't know the composition of that growth, but we know where the homes are being built, but realistically, we would just address that 10 years down the road because what the population is then.
Correct.
And thank you for that very thorough walkthrough. Very good.
My pleasure.
No other questions or comments? Hey,
yeah.
Okay. City Clerk, can we go to public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we'll open up the public comments. And I have one raised hand. I'm going to ask Mr. Chris Hofeditz to unmute yourself. You're live here with the City Council, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, terrific. I'm ready to go.
Okay, we're ready for your comments, sir.
My name is Chris Hofeditz, and I'm a resident of the 4th District here in Hemet. And I'm commenting here on redistricting. I would approve of what the city has done so far, but I'd like to make some suggestions on how we proceed. You've offered 2 options. The first is to accept the boundary lines as they are. And I guess this would meet all legal requirements as the young lady just described. The second option is to offer more access by the public to perhaps look into other ways of mapping out the city and creating perhaps, maybe not, but perhaps better districts. As an example, District 5 crosses over from the newly established Assembly District 36 and 60. And I'm wondering if that is an optimal situation in the representation for these citizens in each of those assembly districts. I think that could be a problem. I would like to see a greater public outreach for this, and I certainly object to there being only 6 days for the public to test out the mapping tool, draw some possible maps, and submit them. That's hardly enough time for many people to become involved. I would suggest that we have perhaps a town hall on a greater scale than what we have here within the city council meeting, so that more members of the public can come in, interact with the map drawers, and see what we come up with under those circumstances. It's important for the public to be involved in order to avoid any backlash. We don't want people afterwards suggesting that they did not get a fair opportunity. And this will give the maximum value to each vote that will be cast in the future by our citizens. Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you for your comment.
I have one more comment. I'm going to unmute you, Miss Judy. You can unmute yourself now and you'll be able to speak. You'll have 3 minutes to address your comments to the city council.
I appreciate the redo. Basically, I kind of agree with Chris, but I'm also thinking in terms of like the business district to me is all cut up because it's basically along Florida, and you've got 3 or 4 districts that it cuts through. So I don't know if the business community wants a consolidation or not. I think there are a lot of communities that just aren't used to speaking up. And I think we need to capture them to allow them to be able to speak. But I appreciate the presentation, but I agree that the timeline is too short. Basically, we have no draft maps tonight, and yet that's what's on the agenda. Now I can appreciate, because I've listened to this, why it's not there. But will the rest of the public go along with that when they hear that there were no draft maps? It's a technicality. But I think you have a lot of people under stress that need to be able to understand the process, because redistricting is for everybody. And again, we've got new districts on the state and federal level, and they need to have some voice in the local level, even if it's to affirm what's there. But I find it difficult to find out information in the city. I mean, I really have to hunt for it. It's not in my face. And I think we need to make it a little more visible. If nothing else, putting a big sign in front of City Hall, or putting it on the crossbars, the things you do on Florida for the fairs and for everything else, so that people see it and know it. So that's it. Thank you for your time. And listen to me again. Okay.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Mm-hmm.
City Clerk, is there anyone else?
That is end of public comments. That I do want to just make a final announcement. If there's anyone who'd like to speak, now is the time to raise your hand, and we'll just give you just a moment to do so. Seeing none, Mayor, that's end of public comment.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council.
All right. I wouldn't mind seeing any maps that you guys would like to propose, since that's what you do, and and the community engagement part, I don't know how much you want us to be involved in that. I hold coffees once a month, and so when I hear people say that they don't know how to get a hold of people, it's crazy because I have like 5,000 engagements on my hosting this coffee, and I'll get 50 people there. And I have a hard time not understanding why nobody has access. So if they want it, they've got it. And I have these coffees on the second Saturday of every month. And if you want to do a presentation at one of them, I'd be glad to open it up for that. So whatever you'd like.
So that's this Saturday, actually, right? You have one this Saturday?
Be this Saturday. But we can postpone it or kick it down the road a little bit so that we can get more people. It's up to you.
And there's a redistricting, I can't even say the word, redistricting website that's available.
Yes, it's actually a page on the city's website that is, I think it's just your regular domain /redistricting. And anyone can go, and it has all of this information. It has the schedule. I did want to mention about the schedule. I can appreciate the first speaker's, comments regarding a shortened period of time. We'll accept maps all the way up until the moment that the council adopts the ordinance. It's just that date was put there as a point to where if it's submitted by next Monday, I'll have time to do the analysis in time to get it in the agenda that has to go out next Thursday for your meeting the following Tuesday. And so we have a fourth public hearing after that. But with that said, if the city clerk and the city council and city manager wanted to, we could push the third public hearing back, 2 weeks. We could do that. And then to allow the public more time to submit draft maps. And then if you directed us to draw maps, we could do that as well. It just would make the schedule just a little bit a little bit tighter on the back end. The council also, if they so desired, could schedule a special meeting. These public hearings don't have to be held at your normal date and time. They could be a special meeting. It could be on a weekend if you wanted to. Not that I'm advocating that you have special meetings on the weekend, but if we wanted to play with the timeline, if you wanted to do that to reach more voters, more people, there is a little bit of time as long as that second reading of the ordinance occurs before April 17th. And it's very important that the council meet that deadline, because if the council were not to meet that deadline, the legislation provides that any member of the community could bring a writ, go to court. The judge then would say, yep, we're going to draw the maps. And then the council has no control in how they're worded, right? So it's very important to keep this under the control of the city council by meeting the deadline of April 17th.
I think getting our community engaged has been a theme that we've tried to do this last year. So I think, however we can do that would be great. Yeah. Did you have a date of February 15th or 14th up there?
The 14th for people to submit maps if they drew them.
Maps. Okay.
If we had for the hearing on the 22nd.
Okay. Now my question, I guess, then is to staff. Tell me about the meeting on the 22nd. Where is it going to be and how is it going to be advertised so that we can get members of the public to be here? Because I agree. And in talking with the city manager today, I said, my comment is we don't we do not have input here tonight. We open it up and get public input on what the public wants. And then we come back and discuss it. So what's the format of the meeting on the 22nd?
So it's obviously going to be similar to this here, but we've done our best to try and educate the public on social media, on information related to Nextdoor, on Instagram, on Twitter, on all of our accounts to try and get the message out. If there are suggestions that the council would like in addition to that, we can certainly do that. But that's kind of the standardized template that we take for getting information out to the community.
Okay, I personally would like to see a town hall style meeting where council isn't there. Let the people come and sometimes they're intimidated by the fact that we're, especially in this room, you cannot have honest, open dialogue in this setting. So something at the library, the Simpson Center, something other than in this chamber, and have open dialogue with the people. I mean, that's what it's all about.
So I believe the 22nd was in line with the second council meeting in February. So we could certainly look at a separate, today's the 8th. So we could certainly look at updating a timeline with a potential off-site discussion. I'm sure Stephanie and the team can look at something like that, that is separate and apart from this specific discussion, if that's something that the council would like.
I'm just thinking, like, at the Caltrans meetings, we don't want our citizens to feel as frustrated as we all felt going to those, like talking to a wall, you know?
So maybe Stephanie, what would be for the 22nd meeting, what would be the overarching kind of concept, parameters of that meeting and that discussion? What does that look like?
Well, that meeting is really designed to look at any maps that had come in from the community, as well as if I get consensus from the council to draw maps, ourselves, we would have those ready for you as well. So we would have some, and the idea is that people would comment on the maps that had been submitted either by ourselves or from members of the public. So that's the general idea of that third public hearing.
So what we could do, it sounds like that's the date where information would be then provided back to the council in terms of what those maps look like and the analysis. So it sounds like there needs to be an additional kind of elevation, however we determine it is, to get information out to the public about potential designing of maps. Is that what I'm hearing the council, that the council prefers to have the public draw their own maps that can be brought forward to the council? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm thinking if we had a workshop in a big open room and they have all the maps around, and so they bring their maps with their data, the public that would encourage the public to engage with conversation. And then if they were deciding like, oh, I want to go home and try one of these, they can go home and do it.
So
it'd be that kind of a dialogue.
I'm hearing a couple prongs here, and Stephanie, feel free to chime in too. I'm hearing, obviously, on the front side, we want to have the public engaged and getting them informed about the opportunity to draw maps. I hear that as being one item. So whatever we can do to help educate them to draw a potential hypothetical map. The second item is getting the information back to those potentially same residents about the maps that have been drawn up and designed, and allowing the public to provide comment on that. Is that what I'm hearing from the council? Okay, so Stephanie, is that something that we could work up and develop?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, I don't know how you feel about, this Saturday for perhaps a workshop. But I think that would be a good day. Day before the Super Bowl. So hopefully, people might be, tired of figuring out what their menus are going to be, tired of figuring out what their squares are going to be. But we could certainly, if that date worked for the city and felt you could promote it sufficiently, we would come, we would make it, I would do a demonstration of the mapping tool, how they can, I can tell you, I've done these demonstrations at workshops before. And by the time that I left, I had seniors in the audience drawing maps on their iPads. So it's once they see this particular tool in action and they walk through it with somebody on the screen, then they feel a lot more comfortable going home and drawing a map. So we would be able to we could demonstrate how to use the mapping tool. There's also a paper map that we'll have available and that they can take. And basically it's your city with all the census blocks and the population for each census block. And they just get to go home and color. And then they could submit that in paper and those would be evaluated as well. So we could do that, on Saturday, if that date works. And the reason I'm just suggesting this Saturday is because the following weekend is the President's Day weekend. So I don't think that that's going to be necessarily the best day. And then this way, I think we could still pick up some people submitting maps prior to Monday. And I really could push it to Tuesday. As long as the city manager is okay with the agenda report being just a little bit later in the week, we can, because I want to get as many maps as possible, and I just need a few hours with each one to do the analysis of it. So, it's just important that we have a little bit of time from the time they come in. And again, to speak to the first speaker's comment, we will continue to evaluate maps up until the very last day. And so the only constraint is that the council can't adopt a final map that has not been posted for 7 days on the redistricting website. So when we get down to that fourth public hearing, we really do have to cut it off. Because those maps have to be posted to the website for 7 days or they're ineligible to be selected. So that's the only real issue with, looking at maps too late down the line. So, and again, we have room in our schedule. I would suggest we keep the same public hearing schedule that we have for now, but we have room. If you get to public hearing 4 and you have a lot of maps to consider, we can add another public hearing. We can do that. So because there is room. And again, if we have to hold a special meeting for the introduction of the ordinance, we can do that. The adoption must be at a regular meeting, but that introduction can happen at a special meeting. So if the council were to come to a workshop, which it doesn't sound like that's necessarily what you're thinking, but that could be held as one of your counted public hearings, as long as we had a quorum of the council, we could advertise it as a special meeting. So there's lots of room even though we're close to the deadline, we have a lot of room in the schedule to accommodate the additional engagement.
Mayor, would you be okay if I asked a question? In terms of the workshops, it's my understanding that we can hold a workshop in lieu of one of the public hearings. Is that something that you've seen other communities do? And do you think that would be productive here?
I do think I have had communities do that. We're supporting 34 clients in their redistricting efforts this cycle. And I have had clients that are holding workshops, but they're holding them as workshops of the city council with the majority as a special council meeting. And I feel that that's important, because the whole point of calling it a hearing is that the decision makers are there to listen, right? So you would want the council to be at a workshop. However, you can also hold it in addition, where you can hold it in addition to your 4 public hearings, and keep the public hearing schedule that we have now. I don't know that we wouldn't necessarily need to accelerate the public hearing schedule by calling a workshop one of our public hearings, but we certainly can do that.
So, Mayor, to wrap up what we've heard so far, it sounds like the council would like to educate the public, as Stephanie mentioned, on how to draw the maps, have the ability for them to draw specific maps, demo the map tools, looking at a potential workshop on Saturday. And I got a text message from our incredible senior librarian, Kathy, saying the library is available for whenever you need it. So thank you, Kathy. And then in addition to that, the public setting to allow for the public to comment on those maps that have been generated at that time, to allow the public to also comment on that too, which may be at an offsite location, to allow for that gathering of the input. And then we're going to stick to the public hearing schedule. So that's what I've gathered from the discussion from the council, and that's what I've got written down here on my side. So
I got something to input. We should have probably had this discussion 2 weeks ago at the last council meeting. Also, we have a city cleanup this Saturday. So is that going to interfere with this Saturday's meeting of map drawing?
Make it more people out.
It might encourage people to drop off their stuff over at the library right outside and then go inside the library. So it's a 2-for-1.
Yep. Right there. Absolutely. That's what I was thinking. It may bring
Make it a pre-Super Bowl party. You can try to entice.
I have a question on the map app.
Uh-huh.
And you said it has the different census tracts. Does it have does it have all the information that is required to draw a map? So that
it does. When a person's drawing a map, it has it in census block groups and census blocks. And when you hover over any of those units of measurement, it populates all of the demographic data for that particular geographic unit.
Oh, that's
So when you put your cursor over a polygon that you might want to add to District 5, for example, it'll tell you what the total population is, what the Hispanic population is, what the Asian population is, what all of the different minorities that are captured on the census.
Well, we're lucky. I mean, that we have 2 minority majority districts already. And I would hate to lose any of that. I mean, if we can add to it, that's great.
Right. We would definitely want to take care that we preserve 2 majority minority voting districts. Absolutely. We don't want to go backwards under the Voting Rights Act.
Any other comments? Do you guys want to make a motion to do option 2 with all of those things that Chris said?
I'll move whatever Chris said.
Great, City Clerk.
I didn't catch the motion. I'm sorry.
Dare you to repeat
I'll repeat it on my side if that's all right with the council. We would like to educate the public on how to draw the maps, do a demo on how to use the map tools, and allow the public to draw specific maps at a special workshop looking at this Saturday. And then the second part of that is to have a public setting discussion opportunity for the public to comment on the maps that are being developed by the public and allow them to comment on those maps.
How are you going to let the public know this is happening? Are you going to put it out on Facebook, Instagram?
That's correct, all of that. And we would also encourage our council members to, share that on their avenues too.
Are you guys allowed to post yourselves on like Him and I News and some of these other groups? Or are you only stuck at the Him page?
We can
Facebook?
ask them to post it for us. I'm sure we can do that. Stephanie, did I miss anything?
I just wanted direction on if you would like us to draw maps.
I think that if they came and that was part of the presentation, it would be very engaging.
Yeah.
Because we want to just encourage them to ask questions and I don't know.
So I think the
For our
two-pronged,
visual learners, it's really good.
one of them is, I think, for the public to draw the maps, but do you want Stephanie and BBK to draw maps for the council as well?
For examples.
Yeah, I think for examples, it'd be good.
Okay, then we can do that. And I'm hearing though generally though that just a population shifts that lower the deviation, right? There's nothing that's jumping out at you as far as a community of interest that we need to move or something like that, right? Just shuffle population to lower the deviation.
Correct.
And see if you can create another
third majority minority district.
minority district.
In my district, because I have the lowest population of Latinos.
I
Okay.
have the biggest. Yeah.
Also, what time is this going to be going on?
We don't have those details. We'll get that with the council and all of that. So we'll solidify that.
Did you add that we should keep the schedule?
Add the public hearing schedule.
There you
Yes.
go. Okay. Yes, that's my motion.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa and a second by Councilmember Mails. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Meyer,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, Chief, apologize.
Time's up. No.
Time's up. You guys are funny. We're going to start with the quiz then. See if we remember where we left off. Who can tell us the difference between a fire engine and a ladder truck? and not Carly. What's that? Oh, okay. That's a good question. Good question. But just basically, what is the major difference between the fire engine and the ladder truck?
Engine carries water, has pumper.
Exactly right.
Ladder has
That's exactly right. The ladder truck is a toolbox, but it has the 100-foot aerial ladder that could reach tall buildings, anything greater than a second floor building, which we have the hospital, we have 3-story buildings, 4-story buildings. So and it has all the auto extrication equipment to rescue folks in those horrific accidents that happen all over town, unfortunately. So with that, we're going to wrap up our summary. We're going to get back. I'm going to have Chief Lloyd finish off the needs assessment, the facility portion, and then we'll be able to follow up with any sort of questions or anything from council. Thank you.
All right. So what we have now before you is the Fire Administration Building, 510 East Florida. It was formerly the city library, and we received that after the city got the new library. Recent storms damaged the front of the building. It started to separate the stucco away. We employed some training some of our firefighters in their rescue systems and to put some emergency shoring up. And so that's holding well, but it definitely needs to be repaired. And I know Public Works has been out there recently taking looks at it to start working in that direction. About 6 months ago, AQMD came through and decertified the generator for the EOC for our Emergency Operations Center. That was done kind of really suddenly as a surprise to all of us. And so it forced us to move the Emergency Operations Center upstairs here to the second floor of the PD building. It's done really as kind of a mobile temporary type of thing. The room that is not dedicated as the EOC, but it's used in that case of an emergency. So what we would like is that hopefully having an AQMD compliant generator allows us to have a dedicated emergency operations center for continuity of government, also as well as large incident or disaster management. And then the last one that we have here is our fire training center located at 319 East Latham. It is a multi-use facility. It's not only used by the fire department, but also it actually housed the police department's traffic division for over a year during their remodel. So it's been available for that. We also teach CPR classes as well as other things. So it definitely is a multi-use facility. The carpet's pulling up and needs to be replaced. We still, if you're ever looking for a VHS player, we got VHS players there. So you can certainly get into that. Well, there you go. Come on down to the training center. You can watch some of those old movies. Perfect. As well as it has kitchen facilities, which is great for all day trainings for when we can provide meals and those things, but those definitely need to be updated. And so something that's not in the PowerPoint presentation, what we want to address is that third part, which is the all hazards support equipment. Kme Fire Department has had an hazardous incident response team, which was established over 15 years ago to assist with the mitigation of chemical emergencies, also as well as helping this take care of some of the problems with illicit drug labs. The team consists of 12 members and is part of the county's plan for response to hazardous materials incidents. So it not only responds to incidents within the city, but it's part of the county's overall plan when we have large incidents. In addition, the team currently is being classified by the State Office of Emergency Services as a Type 2 team. And what that means is it becomes available as a statewide resource. When you have a hazardous materials incident, it takes a lot of people. It is a very equipment and personnel intensive process. These people are in chemical suits and depending on temperature and weather conditions, they can only work for a short period of time before needing to take a rest. That team currently responds in a 2000 Ford F-550 tow vehicle with a modified racing trailer. That trailer was never really designed for what it is, but as we do in Hemet, we make things work with what we need. So those are both over 20 years old. The equipment that's needed to respond to a hazardous materials incident is extensive, and it's putting that trailer at or over its gross weight at this time. Plus, both those vehicles are beyond their service life. The good news with that is that those types of incidents are infrequent. So although it's a large capital purchase for that type of vehicle, it would last 20 plus years because it doesn't move with the use or the frequency that the fire engines do. So as we come into as far as we're discussing with summary and next steps, right? One of the things that Chief Sell has always said repeatedly is he's never going to come with a problem without solutions and without looking for types of funding involved with that. And so really that's part of the plan and as a roadmap to help bring us to where we need to go. First step in that would be to retain the professional services of a reputable construction estimator to evaluate and provide preliminary cost estimates for the work that's needed at the fire stations, which may include construction of new facilities where cost effective. Working with fleet services to develop a depreciation schedule for all of the equipment, all of the vehicles based on current mileage, life expectancy, and projected replacement cost. And then as a result of all of those, really develop a priority list to say, what's our top priority? Because, you know, it would be wonderful if we could attack these all at once, but we understand that in order to be fiscally responsible, we need to prioritize. And then as a result of that, develop a draft funding plan that can be provided to council that incorporates the first three items. These are large expenditures. We understand that these are capital improvements. So we're looking at different funding sources and all those types of things. Developer impact fees. We are seeing a large amount of construction that's going on through that. Increased revenues, grant funding. We have applied for AFG grant as well as other grants. So we are actively utilizing staff personnel where available to pursue other forms of funding, state and federal government funds, as well as Measure U fund balance with all of that. Additionally, we're looking for potential synergies with neighboring agencies, but also synergies within the city as well, and finding out where we can work more efficiently, where we can work together, where there are common touch points between departments so that maybe we can reduce redundancies, also improve service, provide a greater level of service to the public. We're looking at not only the existing needs, but also some future needs. As you see within the apparatus replacement program, we have a large expenditure, but we're looking at two phases to this. One, we need to right the ship, or we need to get us back to where we have a fleet that's meeting industry standard. But we don't want to come back to this problem again in 10, 15 years with the same solution of just throwing a bunch of money at it. So that apparatus replacement fund helps keep us on a consistent pace where we can then replace things as they need, stay within industry standards, keep a good frontline fleet as well as a reserve fleet for times of emergencies. Anything else?
Thank you for that, Chief Lloyd. And with that, we're very happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions right now?
I'd like to ask. I've seen the pictures on all these fire houses, and it's not good. We should have you in better facilities than what you're in now. So my question is, I believe we approved a fire engine for you on the last meeting. Has that been purchased, or are you in the process of purchasing that now? Or
yes, Councilmember Mills, we are in the process of purchasing that fire engine right now. And in fact, I actually have a kind of breaking news email from Battalion Chief Kevin Kuhlman, and I'm going to we'll just actually read it real quick. I'll have Chief Lloyd read that real quick. Go ahead. Yeah. So the good news is, in the way yeah, I think they are. Okay. The way that we're doing it is that we're a united command staff right now, and that's why it's great to have Chief Lloyd here, who is heading up our Fire Prevention Bureau, and Chief Kuhlman, who just responded regarding the fire engine, so it's timely, right? We're doing everything we can together right now to make sure that we're moving this fire department forward, much like the community deserves. So just open that up. Yeah.
It says, Chief, the approved apparatus purchase from City Council on January 5th for the cost of $756,000 to include all fees and travel and taxes will be able to move forward. Some of the concerns that we had with the age of the old contract and with all of that was, in talking with purchasing, was in order to fall within lines with city purchasing policies, we needed to go out to bid. Fortunately, through Chief Coleman's work, we were able to piggyback onto a contract with the city of Santa Monica that is currently in place and has been since 2016 to purchase a Kme Type 1 fire apparatus. Along with the ability to place the order for this critical piece of equipment with the assistance from Kme reps, we will not be subject to the 7.5% price increase that went into effect at the end of January. So kudos to the staff, to Chief Coleman, to work to get that. Those were our significant concerns, especially with what we're seeing that's unprecedented. It is usually apparatus manufacturers do a once a year price increase that averages between 4 to 7%. What we're seeing now is larger price increases, 7.5, 10, and now they're not guaranteeing anything. They're actually manufacturers are going back to cities and saying, I'm sorry, cost of materials has gone up. We have to charge you again. So being able to lock in a price is great. Yes, sir.
On that note, I believe we have a July meeting that we're going to approve another or a second fire engine for them.
So the plan is to include additional items that we plan on bringing before the budget is adopted. One of the items will include an additional apparatus that we're planning on replacing, and it may include additional replacement of other items for the fiscal year 22-23 budget. Yes.
Would there be a benefit to purchase that now with this pricing that we're getting now? I mean, why wait till July when prices might go up 7.5 or 10%?
The part of what we're trying to develop is a system by which we can program year by year in terms of the replacement of another apparatus. So trying to get in the system of having a scheduled replacement or a replacement schedule. The council could certainly direct that at a future meeting. We would bring forward a budget resolution, budget amendment to do that. It's purely up to the council's prerogative if that's what the council
I'm
directs.
just looking at cost effectiveness here. I mean, July is just around the corner. I mean, if we can get the same pricing for a second one that we're going to purchase in July, where we may, the price may go up in July. I mean, I'm just looking at cost effectiveness. That's all.
And historically, what we've done around here is deferred maintenance on so many things. I mean, you look at our streets and all the complaints we get on our streets and the potholes and not taking care of the things, getting the money and not doing the job. And we've done that historically. And so we want to prevent that. I mean, I hate to admit, but I was down on Mayflower last night at that fire. And that was another example of our fine work of our fire department, because a very dangerous situation. These homes that are, or these apartments that are such small footprints and they're so close together and these walls are back to back and displaces so many families in just one swoop. It was pretty sad and devastating last night. And so our people in our city need to be taken care of. And I think this is, we don't want to let our fire department and our buildings deteriorate to the point of it's going to cost us so much. It's not like we need to have a plan. We are good at moving forward with no plans. And I think that we have got to have a plan, a replacement plan. We don't have to buy new air conditionings for our buildings every year, right? But we need to have some dollar amount that we're putting into these and not letting the holes get bigger and bigger. I don't know, like at some point we've got to pull the trigger on this stuff. So we were definitely, I think our apparatus committee warned us of this 2 years ago, that they tried to buy, I think it was like in 2000, what was it, 17? What did we say, Chris?
Yeah, it was a few years ago. And I know that there was,
it was like there was a need of 2 apparatuses and
now,
yeah, and there's a need now and there's still the need. So it's no surprise for sure.
Am I hearing a motion in there or a direction to Chris? So you can come back with some kind of budget thing?
Yeah, so in order to process an additional purchase or acquisition of another apparatus, we would need to do a budget amendment, allocate the funding, get direction on what I would think that the council might want to use Measure U to allocate that funding, and then bring back the appropriate budget resolutions and amendments to do an additional second purchase if that's what the council
we
desires.
can get it at the price that they're
I
talking
was gonna
about.
say,
Because
if staff could get some incentive like they did for this,
So
if they
you-
can prove that we have a savings, then it could give us some
Right.
incentive to vote.
So what we could do,
50,000.
so what we could do is follow up with the vendor to see what the potential price increase would be
We
come
will
July.
we will definitely do that.
And then we can
immediately.
follow up
Yes.
with the council and let the council know. And then prior,
We have special coupons in Hemet.
and then
Yeah, check. Yeah, exactly.
And then prior to making any sort of formal authorization of the purchase of any apparatus, we will have that information provided beforehand so that the council can obviously direct the second at that time as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do you have direction? And then everybody else is okay with that?
That makes sense to you to try to get them at the same price instead of waiting till July?
Well, certainly anything that we can do that's going to help, to be fiscally responsible, that's going to be our recommendation. And we'll certainly work with executive staff on your wishes. Thank you. And I could just tell you, just to follow up with the Mayor Pro Tem's comments, we appreciate your support, every single one of you. And the men and women, they don't take that lightly. They really appreciate the support. And what you saw last night, I can tell you the other thing that I'm really happy to announce is the fact that we're moving in a direction where we're going to have a robust fire prevention bureau that's going to engage with the community, that's going to provide public education, that's going to provide that to our Spanish speaking community. And so that's something I'm really proud of. And I could say that Chief Lloyd has done an outstanding job. Chief Myshak, Chief Coleman, our labor leadership. I mean, we are all working together right now, truly, to make our citizens feel safe.
Thank you guys so much. Councilmember Krupa.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you. Got some questions and comments because this is really huge. You didn't mention brush rig. We still have that?
We do.
And where is that stationed?
It's at Fire Station 3 right now.
Okay. And the OES is at Station 2?
The OES is at Station 2, and those are obviously owned by the state of California, but we get to utilize them locally as well for responses if we need them.
And my favorite, the Type 6, you've got to go see it. You want one.
Yeah.
You will want one. I promise.
I see dollars flying off the big equipment when I see them going.
There's actually dollars coming back too.
That one works.
With the percentage, the admin fee.
With one of the primary things is the health and safety of our employees.
Yes.
And I understand the bad air conditioning and the bad heaters and the mold and the rotten floors and all of that. And absolutely, I think we need to get a contractor in to get an estimate on all of that because their health and safety is primary. Where I really want to comment is on your comments of either rebuild or new stations.
Mm-hmm.
And I think on that, we really need to take a 30,000 foot level look at our fire stations and the fact that the entire west side and south side are going into houses, and probably a relocation of at least 2 of our fire stations is probably in the next 5 to 10 years. So it's looking at that big picture, I think is paramount to what we do in the rebuild or relocate.
So I would agree with you, Councilmember, that part of our plan is certainly going to have different components of it, right? What our short-term issues are, and then long-term planning. Certainly, as we continue to move forward as a command staff, a more robust and long-term strategic plan is going to be implemented. That's already been initiated by the first 100 days here during my time as fire chief, and that started with the SWOT analysis of all of our employees, right? Because without buy-in and without me actually supporting the men and women of the Kme Fire Department, I mean, we have no fire department, right? So I appreciate your comments looking long-term. I believe that that's important. And as you all know, Riverside County is projected to be the second most populated county in the state of California in 20 years. And so infrastructure, right? Infrastructure and being prepared for it. And part of what we're trying to do also, and that kind of ties in with our high school program, that ties in with our explorers, is really, paying it forward and looking into the future. Chief Lloyd has an additional comment.
Absolutely.
And you're absolutely right with in terms of strategically and looking through that. I think we do want to look at the 2018 Standards of Coverage study that came out that really talks about the fact that we have a higher number of average call volume. We have we're getting denser in our population. We have a population, we have an at-risk population. We have a large number without healthcare. We have a large number, that are considered at risk by the government. And so as a result, what that translates to for us is an increased call volume. And so moving the chess pieces around is certainly we definitely need to look at that as things change. But as part of that we're not really discussing in this part, because we're talking about just kind of fixing what we currently have, is adding to what we have. Fire departments respond to growth in a community. That's what the DIV funds are for, all of those different aspects, and that are permits that we currently collect for all the new rooftops. And so the plan in that part aspect that we want to add in addition to what you're absolutely discussing, is the addition of fire stations, the addition of response personnel, because that has another aspect to it in terms of workload on personnel and all of those things. Not to mention some of the strategic plan items, such as meeting the response standards of 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Those are the things that are not only going to be a better benefit to our community, but response times help as far as our classification with ISO ratings, insurance ratings, and really providing a better delivery model to the public. We have an amazing group of men and women that will work themselves to the bone to serve their community. And but we want to acknowledge that we can't do that forever. And so we have to grow as the community is growing. That's really what public safety is in that part. So
Agreed. Good presentation. Thank you for that information too.
And just to add to that, and Chief Lloyd made the comment earlier that we're not bringing things, by the way, we will always be bringing proactive programs and possible new revenue streams, right? We understand that public safety is expensive, and we certainly want to do our part, right? And so please understand that as well, that although, we absolutely care about the well-being of the men and women, we also, at the same time, we're balancing being fiscally responsible and being advocates for their needs. So thank you for that.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I make one more comment?
All right.
Can I make my comment first?
Go ahead.
I always do that, and then I look down and go, oh, I forgot to say that. When you're going through, I think you mentioned it, the doors and the windows and the HVACs and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Are you pulling your numbers from the centric survey that we just had presented to us? Or are you going to get independent contractor costs on that?
So we'll do both. We're certainly advocates and proponents of green energy. But again, I think we want to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible about where those investments are being made relative to the quality of the fire stations and the facilities.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
And you'll continually, this is always a pet peeve of mine. You'll continually monitor like the response districts, because I look at, when I listen to the radio and I want to hear what's going on, then these calls coming from this area and the hot spots,
yes.
And so then when you're looking at moving your buildings and then, redesigning for efficiency. So obviously you're an efficiency guy.
Absolutely, and I could tell you, and I marvel again at the call volume here is high for the amount of fire stations and the amount of personnel. I could tell you, and you don't have to take my word for it. An easy Google search will show you the results. So I'm very proud of everything that our folks do every day, and certainly we appreciate the opportunity to support them. So thank you.
We're excited to see all the things that you can do. Your
Can't wait.
swearing in was over the top. So
I can't wait. We're really looking forward to it, and thank you so much for the support.
That's a question. I have a question.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're way past where I had the question originally, but it has to do with the OES engine. We have two apparatus now from OES.
Correct.
Is the OES engines type 1, is it comparably equipped to our type 1 engines? In other words, if we have an engine go out of service, can the OES engine drop in, or do we have to start pulling gear off of the one that's out of service and supplement the gear that's on the OAS engine.
So it can be used as a short-term fix to supplement a Type 1 fire engine. However, it's definitely nothing that you want to do long-term because of the fact of the state commitment. So we have to be mindful of that as well.
But it is within the purview of the city to use it as a temporary.
That's correct.
That would be like last night, Cal Fire, I believe, responded with their brush truck. So-
Right. We ended up having additional resources from CAL FIRE. They had one Type 1 fire engine and one Type 3. Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a good program that the state offers. There's a lot of things that we may object to that happen from the state, but the state OES engine supplemental program, however it's defined, is a good program because it benefits the statewide because those resources are available to respond on a major incident, but it also supplements the hosting agency that has that apparatus because it can be used for things locally, when the need arises. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And can you tell me briefly what the distinction is between the new apparatus that we got and a Type 1?
So you're referring to the new Kme Fire Engine, the new Type 1 or the new OES Type 6?
Yeah.
So there, a Type 6 is basically, it's a short wheelbase. It looks like a big fancy truck, if you will, for lack of a better word, a big Ford truck that has a pump on the back and it has limited water. Usually they have 250 to 300 gallons of water. And really their mission is off-road and to be able to respond to wildland fires. So we do have the ability to use that here, and Kme is surrounded by wildland urban interface, as you all know. And so a benefit that we have in having that apparatus here in Kme is we actually get to utilize it for training purposes, which is great. We do that every year. It's reoccurring training in the spring. It's called RT 130. And all of our firefighters go through that and make sure that we're proficient at all aspects of wildland firefighting. And so, and then, yes, we have that direct benefit to our community of having those apparatus here. And then much like you talked about, we return the favor by staffing them for the state mission. And we've seen that how destructive wildfires are. And I could tell you that we're also looking into the fact that there are fire prevention grants out there, and we're going to be looking into more community risk reduction, vegetation management programs that are going to really help our citizens out. And those rigs are going to be part of it. So, being able to utilize those rigs throughout the states, supporting the state mission. We also do get that admin fee, which is another benefit back to our GF here.
And one more question, since we're on the whole topic of fire service, is USAR. We have personnel trained in urban search and rescue, and do we have essentially a team established should the call come out for a deployment?
So we do have members of the Kme Fire Department that are trained in urban search and rescue disciplines, and that's rope rescue, over the side rescue, high angle, all sorts of all the fancy tools and everything else, and especially when it comes to earthquakes or some of the other all hazards incidents that take place. But we're more of a regional team. We don't have the bandwidth, frankly, to support that on our own, but we do work with our regional partners. Something that we recently did here internally is we created a peer review committee. And the whole point of that is so all the different things that the Kme Fire Department does, peer support, wildland firefighting, urban search and rescue, hazmat, all those folks are coming together now, and that way there's going to be a greater situational awareness that occurs, so we can really make sure that we're focusing on training, we're focusing on the well-being of our folks, we're focusing on their needs, and that all comes funneled up to the command staff, so we can make the appropriate decisions and work with all of you and provide you with the right information.
That's good. I appreciate that. And just one lighthearted final comment from me. A constituent sent me a photograph of the front of fire headquarters with the temporary support.
Right.
And the caption was something about, they thought it was interesting how, because it also says engineering department.
Right.
And they thought it was interesting how they engineered the structure for that facade at the front of the
Well,
engineering
so
department.
I could tell you what, it's funny, and I've heard different comments regarding the Covell building. We are taking pride in it, and we're making it our own. We're utilizing the space appropriately, and in fact, the explorers are going to have their own room there. That's going to be a training room, and they're going to paint it and have some pride and ownership. So yeah, we're we'd like to see the support columns come down, but our public works partners are working on that.
Well, I just thought it was not a criticism. It was done lightheartedly, and I explained to them that it provided an opportunity for us to exercise some of our training in doing some of the.
So that's exactly right. It was truck 4 that came over and got to put the shoring up, and yeah, it was pretty awesome for sure.
In an earthquake, you would see that all over. That is rescue systems, emergency shoring for building collapse. And so you got to see, they got to use the tools, they got to use the training to help their own, which was great.
However, we'll use that in next year's training presentation, right, when the building is fixed. So
never miss an opportunity for training. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and your support. Appreciate it.
So Mayor, I just had a couple concluding remarks to bring this all together. The first one is you should expect a similar type of update from the police department so that you get information related to the needs or replacement of equipment, those types of things for the police department, because we do know that public safety, they both are our biggest departments in the city. And we're able to have these conversations for one particular reason, and it's because of the council's financial stewardship of the city's finances. And so if you were to ask me this conversation 4 or 5 years ago, I probably would have said, well, we need to focus on the day-to-day. But now, because of the financial position that we're in, because of the council's leadership, we're now able to talk about the future, start preparing for some of these things, and do these critical investments in these areas that are critically important. So I want to make sure that I highlight the actions by the council that have allowed us to have this conversation and really start allocating some funding on a go-forward basis, start talking about the future and preparing for these things in the future. So thank you, council, and thank you, Mayor.
Chris, can you talk about the earthquake?
Yeah, so one of the things under Chief Sell's leadership in the department is we're evaluating all of the plans that we currently have in place, and that does include any sort of mitigation or any sort of planning as it relates to natural disasters in the city. So that's something that we're also looking at evaluating and updating as well.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, so let's move on to 17B, waiver of undergrounding utility lines related to the proposed improvements at the southeast corner of Stetson Avenue and Sanderson Avenue.
Poking its head. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Perfect timing. Steve Lariso, city engineer. Want to talk about the request for waiver of undergrounding utilities for the Stetson Corner Development Project. So what we have tonight is we're recommending the granting of a waiver for the undergrounding of the utilities associated with this development. The Stetson Corner development is required to underground utility lines as part of the municipal code requirements. Identified that for this project, they've submitted the request for waiver to do that portion. And part of this project here is a gas station, a C-store, convenience store, drive-through for fast food, car wash, Yeah, just making sure I didn't miss anything there. This is a little difficult to see, but I'm going to try to point out some of the facts here. For Sanderson, over here, there's actually there's a total of 4 poles that would remain. 2 of them because of the fact that they are supporting high voltage over 33.5 kV, and the other 2 would have to be supporting existing facilities. On Stetson itself, there are 2 poles that would be removed. However, there would be 2 riser poles that would have to be added to support the facilities that are existing in the air off to the side over here. In essence, there's a no net change of poles if this was to go through. Per my previous discussions, the municipal code does grant allow council to grant the waiver based on a finding of undue hardship. Wanted to point out that the cost for the proposed car wash is approximately $2.65 million. The cost of the undergrounding is estimated to be $545,000. I believe the applicant is here tonight and could answer any questions that you may have about this, as well as I could.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Okay, so, all right, council, what do you guys?
Oh, Steve, you know, I hate these. Do we ever get any updates from Edison on what their plans are? Because, you know, they have been putting so much money into their worry over starting fires with their electrical poles. Do they have any plans on undergrounding?
Each city or Edison sets aside funds for each agency. Rule 20B, I think it is. I always get those 2 letters, B and C. I mean, I know what order they come in, but I always get the 2 mixed up. Edison has where they set aside some of the fees that are collected for the undergrounding of utility lines. I have not heard anything from Edison regarding either of these facilities. In fact, the high voltage lines are usually slower at being taken down from my experience. But I could definitely find out.
I'm just wondering if they would ever give us any type of an update for our city, like what their plans are. You know, they spend all this money like zooming in over our houses with their helicopters and everything. And what are their plans? It would be a good update for us to know, because in these type of situations, if they're planning on just going through an undergrounding because they're worried about fires, maybe that will help some of this.
I'd be happy to reach out to Ms. Flores, who is the rep, to see if she can come in with a presentation.
That'd be excellent for us to know. Yeah.
Their questions or comments?
Just as a follow-up to what Carly said, the Rule 20 was a huge discussion at Cal Cities a couple years ago. And we were trying to come forward with a state resolution to encourage the electric companies to set more funding aside and to let cities pool monies in areas where it made sense, and to borrow from other communities that were probably never going to use their quote allocation. But it is that Rule 20 funding that allowed the undergrounding of utilities along Florida Avenue in downtown.
Okay.
So it does come in handy if you can find enough of it and get your hands on it. So and that was part of my comments. This, you know, we seem to grant more waivers than there's more exceptions to the rule than there are rules. However, keeping this as part of our rules and regs in the city keeps it in the forefront of developers' minds when they do come in, because there are developments and where it makes sense to do it, and where it makes sense to do it, we need to do it, because overhead lines are not aesthetically not here. You're making me with my tongue aesthetically pleasing to the eye, and but you know, when it's a quarter of your product or your development cost, yeah, you just kind of go back and say, forget it, you know, Edison's got their stuff here and here and here and here, and what's the net result? Nothing. So I'm all in favor of granting the waiver.
Steve, can you, this might be way far-fetched, but can Edison, do they have a way to dress the poles up so they look like trees?
Put no skirts on them. I'm sorry.
That is an architectural question and you're asking an engineer. So I respectfully refuse to answer that. Honestly, I've never seen anything.
2 in 6 months.
I've honestly never seen that on the utility pole. So it's a possibility, but I would imagine that Edison likes to take their percent profit that they're entitled and move on. And I don't know. I'm sure they'll make them shiny, but you know what? That if I can get a hold of Eileen Flores I mean, it's a good opportunity to just have a discussion with her.
Yeah. If they look like trees, we're the tree city.
You know, strange looking trees.
Non-flammable trees.
Won't catch on fire. Wrap them in tinsel. Keeps the birds away.
My only comment is similar to Linda's, that we do seem to find these circumstances being brought to us where we're almost obliged to make the exception. But I do agree that, you know, there's good justification to waive the undergrounding in this case, as we've done in the past. But I do like the fact that you're bringing these to us so that we can look at them, and one of these days we'll have one where it's going to make good sense to not waive it. So keep up the work, but I'm in favor of the waiver on this one.
Motion.
And I'll make a motion that we approve the waiver of the undergrounding of utility lines related to the proposed improvement at the Stetson Corner development.
Do I have a second?
City Council, if you could please cast your votes. Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer. Council. That motion passes 5-0.
Moving to City Council and staff reports. Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, well, we're not quite as pressed to finish this one up in the same day we started.
Well, hurry.
I don't have a whole lot.
Hurry up. Come on, talk faster.
I'd be done if you hadn't interrupted me. The leave us out at leave
It's your fault.
Carly did it.
So it's all the way down here.
I looked at her eyes. Okay, so the League of California Cities Policy Commission, the Transportation, Communications, and Public Works Committee meeting is this coming Thursday. So this will be actually the first policy committee meeting this year on that. So I'm looking forward to see what's on the agenda and what we're going to be discussing. There is no WCE board meeting tomorrow. That's been canceled. And yesterday I participated virtually with the WRCOG executive committee, and one of the things that was on the agenda that was approved was basically the concept of creating a template that would facilitate cities making use of established contracts that WRCOG has. The one that was used as an example is for plan check services. And apparently they have some state money that they've acquired. So cities are experiencing the same situation that we are with having an abundance of development and it's overloading the staff. And so a lot of cities are having to contract out. So if this works out, it looks like there may be an opportunity should the city decide to do this, that WRCOG could supplement our plan check services at no cost to the city. So that's something that is being developed, but it looks promising. And I briefed the city manager during our one-on-one on that, and he's going to be exploring a little bit more detail on it. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Krupa.
Okay, the library don't have a meeting this week, but there is a blood drive over there tomorrow. So if you want to go and donate blood, well, good for you. The Airport Land Use Commission is Thursday morning, and there is an item on that agenda that deals with a piece of property on West Florida, south side of West Florida, near Four Seasons, for a proposed zoning change and housing development. Did the city get a notice on that?
I don't know that we got a notice, but I was following up with our city engineer today, and they did not anticipate any traffic impacts that would impact us based on their review.
Yeah, that's questionable. And that's probably not the place to go and oppose this, because the airport land use is only for the impact for airplanes flying around. But when we need to watch that, and when it gets on the Board of Supervisors Planning Commission meeting, they need some input from the city of Hemet on exactly what that development is going to look like.
Now that it's on our radar, we'll keep following it and review the studies that may come up at the county level as well.
Okay, very good. Appreciate that. Okay, and League of California Cities, I'm back on the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee, and we are meeting Thursday afternoon. And one of the items, I'm sure, for our program of work this year is going to be one more time looking at the sales tax situation with warehouses and distribution centers that have moved into California, so that this is their base and their distribution is different. RCTC is tomorrow. Planning Commission, they have interesting meetings. There were four items that on zoning changes, all initiated by the city. And I am really proud of this Planning Commission, because they do their homework and they ask the tough questions, and they are all very, very, very concerned about future development and changes in downtown specific plan and the State Street corridor into housing instead of having frontage of commercial. Really an interesting conversation that they had. What they did approve that had was the restaurant parklets, so to speak, continuing the program that was started during COVID to allow restaurants with sufficient space to go out into their parking lots for outdoor dining. And then they also had the two-story housing, new development of two-story houses next to existing one-story. And I believe that passed. So they do have good conversation. And as I've said before, they're basically more important than we are, because they get all the development that comes in, and they have to scrutinize and ask the questions and look at the impacts and the general plan and all the zoning. They do an excellent job. And then I would just request that I get taken, Hemet Housing Authority gets removed from my name, because we approved the minutes tonight, and it's the mayor and the mayor pro tem as members of the Hemet Housing Authority. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Mills.
Okay, skate park is one, I'm on that committee. Nothing to say for anything. The Planning Commission, I wasn't at the meeting. Yeah, I get the next one. Linda was on this last one. League of California Cities, we have a meeting on Thursday. RCA, oh my God, I love it. I know, that's why I love RCA. No, but anyways, we had a meeting and I was rushed. I had so many things to do that morning. Got into the meeting about a minute late. They discussed getting property, and I know Gilman Springs Road was mentioned on that, on property that they were going to be acquiring. I abstained on my votes because I didn't have any. I had no idea what they were talking about on some of these votes. So instead of voting yes or no, I abstained, and that was about it. And I have a meeting with someone. I'll be calling to learn more about it. So I'll be brought up to speed on it. Western Community Energy, I have nothing. So I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Mails. Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
All right. Well, I am excited for our next Investment Oversight Committee meeting so that we can review the treasurer's reports that we paid for. So, so yes, we can encourage people to attend so that they can know what's going on. Excellent. And yeah, I don't know. I've had a busy week this week and I'm healthy and doing fine, and apologize for all these sympathy pains that I'm spreading around because they are real. Like I have people around me that have all these symptoms of mine and I'm like, it's weird. They're starting to act crazy. Share it. Yeah, share it. So yep, we've got it. We've got this. Everything was successful and we're moving forward. So yep.
Thank you, thank you. So let's move on to ad hoc committees because I don't have anything to report on mine. City manager, can you give an update that would appease us as far as the cleanup and graffiti ad hoc?
Absolutely. So I'm really excited about this, and I definitely need to give kudos to the ad hoc made up of Mayor Pro Tem Meyer as well as Mayor Lilienthal. We initially discussed an opportunity for nonprofits and faith-based members of the community to partner up with the city to do some of the cleanup and abatement work. And so we've finalized the language within those agreements. There were some edits that happened late last week. Thank you, Stephen, for taking care of those items. And so we're looking to get those items executed this week. We're already launching our kickoff meetings with Public Works in our office to see how they will be folded in. So we hope that in the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to kick them off and give them the work to do. As it stands now, we're looking at having 6-day-a-week cleanup activity throughout the community. So we're looking to see if we can add that 7th day with another group. So we're really excited. And we're just can't thank everybody enough for wanting to partner up, including our faith-based members of the community who are just completely are probably more excited than I am to take this on. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Community
Chris?
pride. So that's really good. Yeah.
Any other ad hoc committee reports?
Yeah, I would like to see us see if we can schedule a Caltrans ad hoc meeting. I think there's some things that couple of concerns that I have, and I think Linda has some concerns as well. So I think we need to re-engage with Caltrans just to let them know that we're still paying attention. I think that there's some questionable progress on, or lack of progress on, the San Jacinto project. And one of the concerns that I have with their center median project on Highway 74 is, you know, when they restriped the lanes and established temporary lane striping during the construction, and then when the construction was finished, they came in with a grinding machine that ground off the temporary striping, but that compromised the asphalt when they did that. And there's a number of places where it looks to me like the asphalt is failing and developing potholes where they did the grinding there. So even though the center median project may not have included resurfacing and repaving, I think that the work that was done relates to, you know, it's the cause and effect relationship of damaged roadway surface related to that. So I want to bring that up to them, and I'm still not completely convinced that they have all of the signals functioning properly. They keep telling us that they don't use the magnetic loops in the street anymore. They have sensors on the mastheads that sense traffic and regulate the operation. But I've seen a number of the traffic signals, unless I don't know what I'm looking for, I don't see anything on the mastheads that looks like a sensor. And I do see magnetic loops in the streets and in the intersection. So I just think that
And you see lights not working, cars backed up.
there's just a number of things that are not working the way they're supposed to. And you know, one of the things that we talked about earlier is the importance of getting out and seeing what's going on. And I really think that it would benefit the end result that everybody wants is if the engineers would actually not rely on their field people to report things, because they're going to tell them what they want to hear. And I think the engineers that are in charge of this need to get out there and drive our streets and sit and watch some of these intersections, and they'll see for themselves what the problem is.
Take them to George's Pizza and have them make that left-hand turn if they're brave enough without getting hit.
If the rest of you on the council have specific locations and issues, please email them to Linda and me, and we'll make sure we bring those up in the conversation.
Yeah, try going westbound on Florida when traffic from Sanderson is backed up to Kirby. Good.
Are there?
And I talked to Chris earlier today about that, and he's going to reach out and see if we can get a meeting scheduled.
I just sent Brendan an email to coordinate that.
Thank you.
Are there ad hoc? Okay.
Actually, if we could take off number 8, the holiday events. I don't think we have any holidays coming up that we're going to do any events for anytime soon. Unless we want.
We might, but we can form a new one if we
We
do.
can
I guess.
form a new
Yeah,
one
yeah.
at that point. So if we could remove that ad hoc. Yeah,
In and off our checklist.
I am. And then I'm going to add one. Oh, I told Joe I had thought of this ad hoc that he and I needed to be on, and then I forgot what it was. Well, guess what? I remembered.
Let me write that down.
And that's an ad hoc to go over the rules and regs and everything of the active military banner program in Hammond. I was on the original one with council member, actually he was Mayor Pro Tem, Jim Foreman, when we started that. And our principal place to go for information and guidelines and monetary support was the American Legion. So you can do double duty as council member, and if you're willing to do that, and if council is willing to set that up, just to look at what the program is existing and maybe how we can improve it, and maybe it's time to change the design or have multiple options on design for the active military people. So Mayor, with your approval of establishing that ad hoc and putting Joe and I on it, I appreciate it.
So moved.
Oh, I like that voice. That's a James Brown.
Oh, man. And I'd like to mention the CDBG ad hoc committee that you and I are on. And we have a second round of business grants going around. And I believe it's March. What's the deadline on that? It's sometime in March, but the business grants are available. I think we have 18 grants available. So if you're a business, start downloading the grant, or call me, or call Malcolm, or call any one of us, and we'll get you the application.
Okay. Let's move on to city manager report.
Just one brief one, Mayor. Looks like we have solidified a date for the ARPA discussion as well as some strategic plan updates for, I believe it's March 4th. And so that'll be a Friday from about 8 to 12. So we're really excited to prepare for that. We're looking forward to the near-term unveiling of our dashboard related to the strategic plan. So we're really looking forward to having that go live. So that concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, so number 19, future agenda items. When I first got on council, I believe there was 14 items on this. Now we are down to 5.
Wow.
All right. Do any members of the council want to add any feature?
Let's add about 6 more.
Yeah, 9 more. For all time's sake, add 9.
How many would you like on there, Chris?
Motion to adjourn.
I have nothing to re-up, but before you adjourn, I do have a comment I need to make. And that is the request to adjourn the meeting in memory of David Altman, who passed away a couple weeks ago. He was a 30-year employee of the city and the director of the Public Works Department. And that is my request, that we adjourn in his memory. That was Judy Altman's husband. So we lost our city treasurer and we lost our former Public Works director all in within a year.
Okay, so what I'll do is we'll do a minute of moment of silence beginning now. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next city council meeting on Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.